it is. You don't know what that is.
I have no idea.
You don't know. Jimmy Fallon doesn't know. David Letterman doesn't know. We're hip to this kind of stuff. I'm here tonight to blow the lid off. Show hosts, people on television, people in sitcoms have been hired by the government to throw you off the track, to distract you, to make you laugh and stuff like that, make you happy and docile so you don't know what's really going on.
Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. If you would like to be part of the team, click the link in the video description. Celebrities are always doing crazy things, but sometimes it seems to be a lot more than an act. There has been claims that the CIA and Project MKUltra could be influencing these celebrities through various forms of mind control. Is there any evidence to support these claims? Actors and musicians have been speaking out about these types of programs for years. In particular, Roseanne Barr directly mentions MKUltra in an interview with Russian news outlet RT.
Hollywood is the one that keeps all this power structure and all this culture of racism and sexism and classism and genderism and all of it in place. They continually feed it, and they make a lot of money doing it. And they do it at the behest of their masters who run every big culture of mind control, too. MKUltra mind control rules in Hollywood. If you don't know, Google that and look into it.
Supporting her statement is the mental state of a compelling number of famous celebrities. Musicians, actors, athletes,
yeah, I was kind of, I was a little down. I found out I was injured and I had to have surgery again, or with another knee.
politicians,
Person who is under a hypnotic trance.
It is claimed that mind control is being used on a wide range of important and famous people in our society. At first, a few examples just seem like nutty actors, but the more you search, the more you find, and the evidence starts to look a little bit eerie.
Dada, you have one pizza, Dada, please.
Stop pushing, boys.
Dada, for 8 days, can I have one pizza,
Wow. Boys, this back up. We're getting squashed. Get a bit closer. If you look at Anne, it's on his foot. Stay there. Get back, dude. We'll give her space. Fans, she's not going to do anything for you. You've got enough pictures everywhere.
Bye, Dada.
Well, it's a bit late for that.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Ah, weird. Hello. Oh my goodness. Hello. Ew. Strong Brittany. Yeah, it was a weird time. Ew. I'm embarrassed. Can we stop this?
You need to remind yourself that you need to focus and and try not to let stuff bother you as much as possible. But it is going to bother you because you're human, and I was human. I am human still. But I was just
privacy thing, and I thought that was a fascinating answer.
Okay, you want to take off the hoodie?
No, I never take off the hoodie.
I know you don't. What's with that? There's a group of women in the audience that wish you would.
No.
Girls?
Whoa.
All right.
Sorry. Yeah, that's okay.
I should take off the hoodie.
Take off the hoodie.
Go ahead.
You want
What
to?
the hell?
You want? Go ahead. Here. You get some. You all right? What?
Oh,
my
really?
God, the inside of the hoodie, everybody. Take a moment. What is it? Making the
world more open and connected.
Oh my God, it's like a secret
Cool.
cult. Look at that, making the world open and connected, stream, graph, platform, and this weird symbol in the middle that is probably for the Illuminati. This weird symbol in the middle that is probably for the Illuminati. Oh my God, it's like a secret
Cool.
cult. This weird symbol in the middle that is probably for the Illuminati. Oh my God, it's like a secret
Only be the musical stylings of Victor Oladipo, who is the reigning two-time champion of the All-Star Weekend.
Leave room for the Holy Ghost. Anyway, there is a lot of memories today, actually. It's a big day in music history.
35 years ago today, Elvis Presley passed away, the king of rock and roll, and as Mark Cohn says in his great song, Walking in Memphis.
I'm sorry.
Wipe the drool.
I was in a trance.
Yeah, wipe the drool there.
Bad news for the Obama administration. We have this new CNN ORC poll, which is quite a turnaround in
Well, a very, very heavy debatation tonight. We had a very Darrison. But let's go to Terrace Chase and look for the head of the pit.
A little shaky. I don't know what's wrong with me. No, but it's good. No, it's good. You gonna be good. It's a good feeling. Halloween costume contest. We do it every year. It's always a lot of fun. Let's get started. Our first caress.
Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. Don't forget to click the link in the video description to join the team. And hey, like, share, and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, and we'll see you guys in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. If you would like to be part of the team, click the link in the video description. The Mandela effect is evidence that you may have experienced events from a different reality. A lot of people remember the exact same events with the exact same details. However, these memories are different from what's in the history books, newspapers, and so on. This leaves us to speculate that parallel realities exist, and until now, we've been sliding between them without even realizing it. Some people try to explain this through false memories or unnoticed changes. So let's take a look at some of the most popular examples of the Mandela effect and find out, what do you remember? So we will start off with an example that lends the name to this phenomenon: Nelson Mandela's death. An overwhelming amount of people have a memory of Nelson Mandela dying in prison in the 1980s, long before his death on December 5th, 2013. The dates sometimes vary, but in most cases, the memories of his earlier death occur in the 1980s. MandelaEffect.com is a website that catalogs these accounts, and here are some of the memories that we found to be the most convincing. Perry Ware says, "Both my wife and I remember Nelson Mandela dying in prison. Included in this memory are the funeral snippets on TV and a legal flap over book rights involving his widow." Scott writes, "Clear and distinct memory of the Nelson Mandela funeral on TV in the early 80s. Another user named Game Over states, "I too remember Mandela dying in prison right before he was to be released. I thought this won't be good. The South Africans will think he was killed or something. It was on CNN headline news around lunchtime. I was in high school, so it was in the 80s. And these go on, listing several accounts of Mandela dying in the 80s, which seems to be the one detail all of the accounts can agree on. In this timeline, Mandela's death is officially recorded as December 5th, 2013. I personally don't have any memory of the earlier Mandela death, but what do you remember?" Next up is one of the examples that I can definitely remember: the Bernstein or Bernstein Bears.
You'd like me to do while I have my toolbox out?
Brother's bicycle brake is sticking.
I already fixed that last week.
Well, that's funny.
This still remains one of the most popular Mandela effects. Some people remember the Bernstein Bears being spelled with an E instead of an A. As small of a detail as this is, I too vividly remember the Bernstein Bear books with an E. If the name was spelled with an A, I would have called them Bernstein Bears. But here are some of the memories recorded by MandelaEffect.com. T says, "I notice changes every day. For one, I saw the Bernstein Bears thing mentioned, and I always knew them as Bernstein with an E." Nat says, "Berenstain Bears? I could have sworn it was spelled Berenstein too with an E." Mary Garcia also chimes in, "It was always Berenstein with an E, and now it's Berenstain." And I too remember Berenstein with an E, not an A. But what about you? What spelling do you remember?
TV cabinet. I want to bring back that rich walnut luster.
You can stain the woodwork just as well with the TV off.
Another popular Mandela effect is the color chartreuse. A large portion of people seem to remember the color as being reddish or a pink color, as opposed to the greenish yellow that it actually is. This one I remember as green. Chartreuse was the color of a favorite bait of mine I used while fishing, and it was always a yellowish green. Here are some of the accounts claiming the color to have been a reddish or a pinkish tone in a different timeline. Becca said, "I could have sworn that chartreuse was like magenta. I remember watching Blue's Clues, as funny as this sounds, and the guy went, 'Red and purple make chartreuse.'" DM says, "I was more than positive chartreuse was a sort of purple color until a year or two ago." Then Morgan says, "Both my mom and I remember the color chartreuse being a pinkish purple color, almost like neon purple, but definitely not a yellow-green color. Chartreuse is a French liquor made by the Carthusian monks. It gets its name from the Grande Chartreuse Monastery, where the monks who live there brew this liquor. Some people have speculated that maybe in an alternate timeline, they made a wine or something similar that would have had a purple or pinkish color instead of chartreuse, and maybe that's how these alternate timeline memories are obtaining this detail. So what do you remember chartreuse to be? This next Mandela effect is based around how many states are in the USA. 50, 51, or 52. I personally remember 50, but it feels a little fuzzy that there could be something to this 51 or 52. Here are some of the comments that claim 51 or 52 states as a memory. Ben Conroy said, "For years, I firmly believed there to be 52 states in America. Quite a shock when I found out there was only 50. Miss Fiona chimes in and says, "I also remember being taught that there were 52 states, with Alaska being number 51. Another comment reads, "I can say that I live in the United States, and for some reason, I could swear that 52 states has a familiarity." One comment goes as far as to list 52 states, including Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico, which currently, in this timeline, are not states. Some people claim that it's 52 cards in a deck, or that talk of Puerto Rico becoming the 51st state might be adding to the confusion. Personally, I remember 50, but how many states do you remember? Many people remember islands, landmasses, and countries in alternate locations. Some of those memories are very similar. So far, the major location discrepancies seem to relate to Cuba, Denmark, Sweden, Korea, Japan, Mongolia, New Zealand, Portugal, and Poland. One of the convincing details about the landmasses is that all the alternate memories have strikingly similar details. For instance, most alternate memories have New Zealand west of Australia, which is oddly backed up by a clip from the 1993 film Dazed and Confused, where a teenage spins a globe that actually has a landmass west of Australia. Now compare that with this satellite image that shows no landmass west of Australia. Maybe this was just a troll globe maker. What do you think? Here are some other more popular Mandela effects. Did Curious George have a tail or no tail? The Ghost Hunters TV show to some people was originally called TAPS, T-A-P-S. A lot of alternate memories also claim to have seen a popular picture of King Henry VIII with a turkey leg in the history books, even though no such image has ever been found in this timeline. Was the popular brand of peanut butter called Jif, J-I-F, or Jiffy, J-I-F-F-Y? At MandelaEffect.com, there is a long list of possible alternate memories that could be Mandela effects. If you are interested in keeping up with this topic, you should head over there and look around. Also, Reddit has a very active Mandela effect community where you can find people talking about this topic. Are all of these alternate memories just false? Or could we be shifting between two realities without even knowing? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. Don't forget to click the link in the video description if you want to join the team. And hey, like, share, and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, and we'll catch you guys in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. Most people do their best not to look at the homeless who live on the streets and pavements. Even when the homeless are not being chased away, they can still seem invisible. In 2014, the New York City Rescue Mission, a shelter, conducted a social experiment called Make Them Visible, in which they filmed participants walking past relatives disguised as homeless people. none of the participants noticed their relations sitting on the street. Most people blame drugs, gambling, and a bad lifestyle habit as the cause of becoming homeless, but this only accounts for a small percentage of homeless people across the United States today. The truth is, there is an untold story about the history of becoming homeless in the United States. Homelessness first emerged as a national issue in the 1870s. Many homeless people lived in the emerging urban cities like New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. When the Great Depression happened in the 1930s, it caused a devastating epidemic of poverty, hunger, and homelessness. In the 1960s, a social movement resulted in the widespread deinstitutionalization of mentally ill patients across America. After nearly 200 years of cramming the mentally ill into insane asylums, the government now decides it's time to start removing them from these institutions. This was in part due to the release of a new antipsychotic medication called Thorazine. The goal of the movement was to move the mentally ill from places like insane asylums to places less suited to treat the mentally ill and similar state-provided residential care, and this is still going on today. These movements meant that the patients were no longer under the involuntary restraint. They were essentially free to leave their new locations at any time. The movement was widely a failure, and the mentally ill ended up mostly on the streets. Homicides, robberies, and kidnappings quickly began to rise. If this sounds like the script right out of a movie, that's because it probably is. Some of the Batman movies and even video games were heavily based around this widespread release of the mentally ill back into the communities. By 1968, President Lyndon Johnson was advocating for the war on crime in the United States. In 1971, as the economy recovered, President Nixon comes along and continues to promote Johnson's war on crime. Later, he converts this into the war on drugs, and as more street drugs became outlawed, the government allowed more pharmaceutical drugs to be pushed onto the public, like antipsychotics and antidepressants that were known to have horrible mental health effects. The number of homeless people continued to grow into the 1980s as the housing and social service cuts increased. In 1987, President Ronald Reagan signed into law the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act, and this remains the only piece of federal legislation that allocates funding directly to the service of homeless people. The percentage of homeless people in the United States was already at its highest point in history by the time the Great Recession struck in 2007 with the housing market collapse. 1 out of 50 children were homeless in the year 2008, and by 2013 that number had jumped to 1 out of 30. A study showed that the number of homeless people ranged from 3 to 5 million, and that the vacant houses outnumbered those homeless people by 5 times. There has been a long history to the increase of homelessness in the United States, and although these larger events that we have pointed out have pushed the numbers higher than ever before, even this doesn't tell the whole story. People can still become homeless from a lot of different things: lack of housing, evictions, loss of job, foreclosure, fire, natural disaster, mental illness, pension cuts, lack of family, gambling, drugs. A lot of different things can cause someone to become homeless in the United States. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. On average, each United States citizen throws away 5 pounds of trash each day. It was calculated that 294 million tons of waste are sent to landfills in the United States each year. These numbers were formed from the records of over 1,400 landfills all across the United States. Our society produces more pollution than we ever have before. We now live in a world where people who make the most money are the people who take the natural resources from the planet as quickly as they can and produce the cheapest product they can that is meant to be thrown away as quickly as possible. What are we doing? For decades now, we have had biodegradable versions of plastic called cellulose made from plant fibers that could replace plastic packaging completely. Plastic is the product of crude oil, and for too many years we have let these big oil companies suppress the technology that can start to make a difference. Our landfills are being filled with corporate greed and consumer convenience. How long will we continue to stand for this? How long will we allow the destruction of our planet to take place in our name? You can start making a difference now by where you choose to spend your money. Your money is your vote, and you cast it at the cash register every time you make a purchase. If we start purchasing biodegradable materials instead of plastics, the generation of money will move companies to that packaging because it will spell profit. These companies will have no choice but to make the changes over time because their bottom dollar dictates what they actually do. It may start small, but at least these ideas can spread and grow, and then we can truly start to make a difference. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. For many years, people have theorized that Mars was once a habitable planet. Some people even go as far as to say Mars was inhabited by intelligent life. New research, which was published in the Journal for Science, shows how Mars went through a massive climate change. It went from an extremely cold climate to a more warm and temperate climate which could have harbored alien life. This new information that has been released is based around the study of rocks collected by the Curiosity Mars rover from the Gale crater. The author of this new study, Joel Hurowitz, says the Gale crater is perfect for studying the ancient climate on Mars. The Curiosity rover has been on Mars since 2012 and has been taking rock samples as well as conducting other tests and taking high-resolution images of the Martian planet. With each sample taken, the scientists who study these rocks are able to paint more of a picture for what Mars used to look like in the past. Now, Joel and his team say the evidence is pointing to very Earth-like conditions on Mars years ago. The team looks at rocks gathered by the Curiosity rover from different depths. This allows them to see the chemical and mineral composition changes over time. After all this research, they have the data they need to reconstruct what the conditions might have looked like on Mars when these rocks were formed. What they have established is that Mars had all the necessary ingredients to provide an environment in which life could thrive for a prolonged period of time. Joel says that the climate would have been more Earth-like than we ever imagined. Could this planet really have been home to ancient alien life, or even more, intelligent life, like so many people have theorized over the years? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. If you would like to join the team and be a part of what happens here on the channel, click the link in the video description. It started out in our pets, a useful tracking system helping us find them when they were lost or stolen.
Welcome back. Microchipping in pets has become more popular over the years, but the real question is it really safe and does it actually work?
Now it has moved on to humans, and the people who predicted this development were ignored or labeled as a conspiracy theorist.
First of all, microchips outside the public arena are so small they can be inserted with a hypodermic needle in vaccination programs.
The era of microchipping people is upon us, and it's moving fast. The idea of microchipping humans was introduced gradually through various strategies. At first, they said the technology would be used in a very small population of people. In 2008, the UK put forward a proposal to microchip sex offenders to track their location by satellite. Then the idea was expanded on to cover all prisoners still in jail. This idea has been introduced in various states across the US. Next, it would be the turn of Alzheimer's patients. The chips would be implanted in the patients with dementia so they could be identified if they wandered off or got lost.
Good morning. One of the greatest fears for those caring for someone with Alzheimer's is that their loved one will get lost, show up at a hospital, and no one will know who they are or what's wrong with them. And we have reported on this tiny new microchip that might be able to help. Well, now for this first time with great controversy, patients are lining up to get them.
The bill passed in the United States in 2016, but it wasn't just for Alzheimer's patients. Now, it was for children with developmental problems as well, such as autism. The list of qualifying mental disorders to microchip people grows each year. The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders now lists 297, a majority of which are completely fabricated, such as the oppositional defiant disorder, which basically means anyone that questions what authority figures tell them has a mental illness. From prisoners to people with mental health issues, the agenda moved on to perfectly healthy children. An NBC News report promoted microchipping humans by interviewing a mother whose daughter had not even been kidnapped, but had only disappeared behind a rack of clothes momentarily. The mother embraced the microchipping of children by saying, "If it will save my kid, there's nothing too extreme."
It's happened to most of us, but what if you had a secret weapon, an extra layer of safety, so to speak? How far would you go to keep your children secure?
Would you be willing to microchip them? Experts tell us the technology already exists. Turns out one Bay Area mother is all for it, and she shared her story with our Melanie Michael.
From children, they moved on to the workforce. In 2017, employees of a Wisconsin firm volunteered to be microchipped so they could log into their computers or buy snacks more easily.
Move at an office that could change the way a lot of Americans work. A tech company in Wisconsin is offering to implant tiny microchips into its employees.
Companies in Belgium and Sweden have also started microchipping employees. Fear and convenience are always potent weapons in promoting these programs. If the people are not frightened into accepting microchips, then pure laziness will do. More and more people continue to accept implanted microchips. As the technology advances, people may not even realize they have been microchipped through the use of nanochips or even microdust. The overall agenda of a microchipped population is to eradicate freedom and implement complete control. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you'd like to be a part of the team, don't forget to click the link in the video description. Hey, like, share, and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, and we'll catch you guys in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. If you would like to be part of the team, don't forget to click the link in the video description. When a stream of charged particles known as the solar wind hits the moon, they enrich the moon's surface in ingredients that could make water. This has just been recently discovered by NASA. Using a computer program, scientists simulated the chemistry that unfolds when the solar wind pelts the moon. As the sun streams protons to the moon, those particles interact with electrons in the lunar surface, making hydrogen. These atoms then migrate through the surface and latch on to the abundant oxygen atoms found in the silica and other oxygen-bearing molecules that make up the lunar soil. Together, the hydrogen and oxygen make the molecule hydroxyl, a component of water or H2O. Overall, the simulation shows that the solar wind continually blasts the moon's surface. It breaks the bonds in atoms of silicon, iron, and oxygen that make up the majority of the moon's soil. This leaves oxygen atoms with unsatisfied bonds. As the hydrogen atoms flow through the moon's surface, they get temporarily trapped with the unhinged oxygen. They then flow from oxygen to oxygen before finally defusing in the moon's atmosphere and ultimately into space. Every body of exposed silica in space, from the moon down to a small grain of dust, has the potential to create hydroxyl and become a chemical factory for water. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. Don't forget to click the link in the video description if you would like to join the team. And hey, like, share, and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, and we'll catch you guys in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. On August 21st, a full solar eclipse will be sweeping across the United States. This is a rare event in which we will get a chance to witness the unique position of our moon, which causes it to appear the same size as the sun in our sky, even though the two astronomical bodies are massively different in size. During a total solar eclipse, we can witness different things happening, one of which is that for a short time, we will be able to see some of the planets and stars that are normally only visible during the night. Another phenomenon that will occur during this eclipse is known as shadow bands. These are mysterious gray ripples that can appear during the period when the sun's disk is completely concealed by the moon. In most areas, these bands will be difficult to see, and in other areas of the eclipse, they will appear vividly. Science has been trying to explain the cause of shadow bands for almost 200 years. With several theories being proposed, one of the most believable explains the distortion is caused by Earth's turbulent atmosphere. This is an effect we can detect while viewing stars in the night sky. Scientists are excited about the opportunity to collect data and images from this event, hoping that people across the United States can help contribute by taking photos. If you're interested in taking part, we have left a link in the video description providing the information you need to take part. One of the easiest ways to detect shadow bands is to lay a white sheet out across the ground during a solar eclipse. Make sure that if you decide to look at the sun during this event that you have proper eye protection to prevent damage from being done to your eyes. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. What if someone in your family or someone you knew learned to fly a plane, and then all of a sudden you just understood how to fly a plane without ever having a lesson or being in an airplane? Our gut reaction to this is to say that's impossible. But is there any evidence that something like this is indeed possible? Is there something like the wireless internet that connects our minds? There are several theories and research papers that attempt to explore this idea. One of these theories is called the 100th monkey syndrome, and it actually has quite a bit of evidence documented to support such a claim. In 1952, Japanese scientists were observing a tribe of monkeys on the island of Koshima. The species is known as the macaque fuscata, also known as the snow monkey. They were providing the monkeys with sweet potatoes, which they just put on the ground. As the scientists were observing the monkeys, they noticed that one monkey had learned to wash the sand off of the potato before eating it. These scientists continued to observe the monkeys for 6 years. Over this time, more and more monkeys were learning to wash the potatoes before eating them. By 1958, a decent amount of monkeys had learned to wash their potatoes. But what happened next caught the scientists by surprise. What they estimated to be the 100th monkey had learned to wash his potato. Then, within the next 24 hours, the entire tribe of monkeys were washing their potatoes before eating them. It was as if the 100th monkey tipped the scales of conscious understanding, and suddenly the whole tribe understood how to wash their potatoes. After taking 4 years for nearly 100 monkeys to learn this task, it only took one night for the rest of the population to pick up this behavior. What surprised the scientists even more is that the other tribes of monkeys were suddenly washing their potatoes too. Even the tribes that had never washed their food and were separated by the ocean on different islands and in some cases on the mainland, they too were washing their potatoes. This led the scientists to theorize that there was some sort of conscious connection that the monkeys were sharing. This study has been heavily debated since it was released. But is it really so hard to believe? Just look at migration. Monarch butterflies are a multi-generational migratory insect. This means that the adults never make it to the final destination. Only their offspring actually arrive. There are birds that migrate to islands in the Pacific to breed, and only their offspring migrate back. Their young are born with the knowledge of migration and where to go. There are several species in the animal kingdom that display similar traits. It is very common among insects who think with a hive mind. So if there really is something like a wireless internet for consciousness that allows species to transfer knowledge over great distances with no physical communication, what happens when that species is systematically dumbed down? Does that too get transferred along to the other members of that species? Would it slow down intellectual progression or even prevent new discoveries? What do you think? Could there be some sort of unseen connection between conscious minds? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back. to InfoSqaud. A new Silicon Valley food tech company has developed lab-grown meat. This new company goes by the name of Memphis Meats. If this company gets their way, they could have this lab meat on store shelves within the next 5 years. The company's CEO and co-founder, Uma Valetti, told Fox News, "We're trying to put products on the shelves by 2021 to 2022. In March, the company announced that they had created the world's first chicken strip from animal cells. Lab-grown beef was also revealed in 2012 by a group of Dutch scientists. Depending on the texture, the whole process can take about 6 weeks to produce the meat. The company is steadily bringing in more investors to help fund the research. Their main goal is to lower the cost of this laboratory-produced meat, which is currently about $6,000 a pound. That's drastically down from last year when the cost was at $18,000 a pound. Other companies have developed other types of meat as well. A company by the name of Beyond Meat has recently hit the store shelves with a plant-based meat where they use pressure, heating and cooling to produce meat from plant-based proteins.
Scientists say they've come up with a way to grow meat in a lab. So how do they do it? Neville Miller from our affiliate WCIV went to find out.
So basically, we take cells, put them together and create tissue.
Using bioengineering to create meat in a lab.
Skeletal muscle fibers, we put them together, they fuse and create skeletal fibers, skeletal muscle fibers. And which is the main element of any meat.
MUSC researcher Dr. Vladimir Mironov has spent the last 10 years trying to create lab-based or cultured meat, a product that he and fellow researcher Nick Genovese say will have huge benefits over factory farms.
The Food and Agriculture Organization statistics show that protein consumption is on the rise. Not just in the United States, but around the world, people have an appetite for protein. More than 95% of Americans love meat, and taste is one of the largest factors. Some of the industry insiders claim this new artificial meat will never compete with the real deal. The producers of this new way of creating meat say it's the most ethical way of producing meat by far. But how would you feel about your next backyard cookout using this lab-grown meat? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. When people think about their car, they rarely think about getting hacked. But how safe is your car from hacking? With the recent information revealed about the CIA from the WikiLeaks data dump, this has a trove of information about hacking and hacking tools used by the CIA. It would seem that the CIA has looked into hacking cars, and WikiLeaks asserts that this could be used as a nearly undetectable assassination. The idea of hacking someone's car is nothing new, but the concerns are constantly on the rise as increasingly more numbers of cars are equipped with connections like satellite, Bluetooth, and internet. All of these connections make your car more vulnerable to expert hackers who can then gain access to the computerized systems without ever stepping a foot near the actual vehicle. Hacking into a vehicle can be done, and in 2015, researchers Charlie Miller and Chris Valasek hacked into a 2014 Jeep Cherokee. They managed to turn the steering wheel, briefly disable the brakes, and even shut down the engine. We have a very brief clip of this demonstration for you to see right now.
And I have no idea what they might do.
He's going as fast as I've seen him, so.
So first we're going to turn the fan on him.
Yeah, let's turn the fan on, see if he even notices.
All right, something just turned on, all the fans and AC and stuff. I didn't do that. The trick started small. Oh my God. There's a picture of Charlie and Chris in tracksuits that just appeared on the dashboard. But as I drove down the interstate, things started getting unpleasant and very loud. Perfect. I can't turn it down.
This was such a fun video. Steve, I'll kick it out to George.
And now the air conditioning is blasting, the music is blasting, and I can't see anything because of the windshield wiper fluid.
Okay, do it. Do it. Kill the engine.
So we're killing the engine right now.
It says park sense. Actually can't accelerate.
As you can see, this technology in 2015 was pretty polished. These guys seem to know what they're doing. They're able to take control of quite a few functions within this vehicle. Currently, no manufacturers have released any type of anti-hacking mechanisms inside of their vehicles, so there's no prevention for this at all. Just last year, researchers in Germany released a study showing that they could unlock and start 24 different vehicles with wireless keys by taking control of the device remotely and amplifying its signal. The biggest fear behind this technology is the fact that someone could hack into your vehicle and drive you over a bridge or into a brick wall. All of this new information has rekindled the fire behind the Michael Hastings investigation of 2013. Michael Hastings was an investigative journalist who died after his car crashed into a tree and burst into flames. At the time, it was widely believed that Michael Hastings was on the verge of breaking a huge story against the Central Intelligence Agency. So the next time you're on the verge of breaking a big story on the CIA, maybe you should just ride a bike. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. And if you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. The southeastern United States has seen an outbreak of wildfires in just the last few weeks. Wildfires across the United States are growing larger and more frequent. 9 of the worst 10 wildfire seasons in the past 50 years have all happened since the year 2000. 2015 was the worst fire season in recorded history.
Very active fire situation continues for the state of Florida. You're looking at some of the latest video coming in at a Saturday of some of the images of the wildfire situation that's ongoing. And you can see that smoke just blanketing the sky there of the Sunshine State. In fact, we do have a state of emergency that's in effect issued from Governor Rick Scott for the state of Florida. Here's the latest drought monitor, by the way. So everywhere you see in this kind of this brown color covering the central part of the state, that is a severe drought category. We have a dry situation for areas in southeastern Florida into northeastern Florida as well. But overall, the whole state looking at some pretty dry conditions. And unfortunately, the new week ahead, the forecast looks pretty grim as well. High pressure sits off the southeastern part of the country. This will maintain a relatively dry forecast and keep temperatures above the seasonal average. And we're also looking at this east to southeast flow continuing. So at times we might see a passing shower across the state, but there's no real widespread rainfall, no soaking rain, which we so desperately need for the state of Florida in the days ahead. So this is your rainfall forecast through the end of the day on Friday. And you can notice this here big gap of rainfall across much of the state into southern Georgia. So overall, these dry conditions expected to persist at least in the near short term in the new week ahead.
We are entering a new age of wildfires. The new surge of wildfires is making it more difficult to protect the communities in danger. Things are expected to get much worse before they get better. The new fires in the southeastern United States already show a trend in that direction. The fires in Tennessee and North Carolina may get some help from recent rains. Firefighters in South Georgia and Florida are still battling the flames. Currently, around 200 Georgia, Florida, and United States firefighters are attempting to control a wildfire that is around 20,000 acres. This wildfire is in the Okefenokee Wildlife Refuge. The fire started almost 2 weeks ago from a lightning strike. Firefighters are using 2 helicopters, 17 engines, 5 bulldozers, and 27 tractor plows to battle this blaze. There has been at least 6 major wildfires in the United States this month and 1 in Canada. New studies have emerged showing an incredible increase in the risk of wildfires across the United States. Communities that have never been at risk are now falling under the threat of wildfires. Here is the current wildfire potential maps, and these maps are updated at the first of each month at Predictive Services website. This wildfire season is going to be severe, so keep an eye on your local burn bans and the potential risk for a wildfire. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. The United States is almost entirely alone among developed nations that still add fluoride to its drinking water. This is largely done without the public having an informed consent. Globally, only 5% of the population consumes fluoridated water, and more people in the United States drink water containing fluoride than in all the other countries combined.
Most of us grew up with the idea that more fluoride meant better teeth, and health officials believe that putting fluoride in water is one of the top 10 public health accomplishments of the last century. But new studies now say that too much fluoride is damaging the teeth of more than 1 in 3 teens.
Within the United States, just under 30% of the local water supplies are fluoride-free. These are facilities that have held the practice at bay or have won the hard-fought battle to halt fluoridation. The fluoride chemicals added into drinking water are unprocessed toxic waste products, captured pollutant from phosphate fertilizer, and sometimes even chemical imports from China. The chemicals do not get processed or purified before being dumped into the drinking water in what has been described as a regulatory blind spot. Dozens of studies and reviews from journalists such as The Lancet have shown that fluoride is a neurotoxin and lowers IQ in children. Fluoride is also associated with a variety of other health risks in children and adults. During World War II, fluoride came into large-scale production and use as a part of the Manhattan Project. According to the declassified government documents summarized by Project Censored, Manhattan Project scientists discovered early on that fluoride was a leading health hazard to bomb program workers and surrounding communities. In order to prevent lawsuits, government scientists embarked on a campaign to calm the social panic about fluoride by promoting its usefulness in preventing tooth decay.
A Smile for Life, the father, presented by the American Dental Association.
As he examined her, he told us she was the right age to start topical fluoride treatments. Topical fluoride treatments, my wife asked. The doctor explained that scientists had shown that fluoride strengthens the enamel against tooth decay.
Fluoride safety was never demonstrated in anything approaching a comprehensive and scientific study, but also a large number of studies implicating fluoride's impact on both bone and the thyroid gland were ignored. With new studies and information about fluoride being released and countries around the world removing it from their water supply, how long will the United States continue to fluoridate its drinking water? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. From powerful lasers to electromagnetic railguns, what are the newest weapons in use on the battlefield? The Ka-52 attack helicopter will join the Russian Navy as a part of a modernization program that will run through 2025. The Ka-52K made its first flight in 2015 and has since become a staple of the Russian Navy. The Chinese J-20 is a fourth-generation stealth fighter that has entered service with the People's Liberation Army Air Force. The Chinese consider the J-20 a masterpiece, Information was leaked in 2015 that connected China to stolen materials from the Pentagon containing several terabytes, including plans for the F-35 stealth jet fighter. Multiple countries have developed active denial systems that use non-lethal microwaves to heat the surface of the skin of their targets. These microwaves penetrate the skin about 1/64 of an inch and then heat up the skin to around 130 degrees. This forces the target to have reflexes and they then leave the area.
You can use it in a crowd to move a crowd from one area to the other. That's the beauty of the system. You can actually sweep from left to right, start on one end, and you can get them in the direction that you want to go. So it's very useful to the commander, moving people in a specific direction.
The XM-25 Punisher is part of a revolutionary weapon system that the United States Army has not quite figured out what to do with. This weapon was designed to solve an age-old problem of how to kill an enemy that is taking cover. This weapon can calculate the distance behind cover that an enemy has taken. It then fires a grenade round that explodes in the calculated location. The United States military believes that electromagnetic weapons have the potential to replace conventional projectile weapons. Railgun technology uses high velocities and electricity rather than explosives to destroy a target. This system requires massive amounts of energy to launch projectiles at Mach speeds. Railgun development is currently making incredible progress in the technology that powers these weapons. The advancement in these power supplies have made it more practical to deploy these weapons. Laser weapons are still in development, but the power of these lasers continues to increase each year. We know the new Lockheed Martin systems are combining multiple low-powered fiber optic lasers to produce a single high-powered beam, creating even more powerful laser weapons. Research into lasers is part of a field known as directed energy technology. These weapons have a high attraction for governments due to their nearly limitless ammo supply as long as there is a good source of electricity. All branches of the military project the use of laser weapons in their near future. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below, and if you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. Being homeless is more common on the West Coast, but it's also more visible, mostly because a higher proportion of the homeless people are unsheltered. In the US, 24% of homeless people sleep outside, in vehicles, or somewhere else not meant for human habitation. but that varies greatly from place to place. In California, 68% of homeless people are unsheltered, compared to just 5% in New York. Visitors to the West Coast may be shocked to find tents that line the cities from San Diego to Seattle. What's to blame for such high numbers of unsheltered homeless on the West Coast? Some claim it's from drug use, mental health problems, or even weather. Most of the people who live in these areas, however, say it's due to the extreme shortage of affordable housing. If you look at videos where we previously covered this topic, public opinion typically supports the idea that the price of housing on the West Coast has exceeded what a large portion of the population can afford. Many also comment that immigration heavily contributes as well. Whatever the cause is, the effects are starting to be felt in other states. Texas has also began seeing more tent cities formed in the last few years. With the mainstream media deception in the news, public communication is more important than ever and proves to be more accurate than what is portrayed on most networks, many of which never air footage like this or even discuss the topic. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. Don't forget to click the link in the video description if you'd like to join the team. And hey, like, share, and subscribe. It really helps out the channel. And we'll catch you guys in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. China is buying up Hollywood. What does this mean for entertainment in America? As mainstream news becomes fake news and more media outlets hold an agenda, it's easy to see why people have turned to places like YouTube for entertainment. Now though, it would seem our movie industry is under attack. Government-connected Chinese investors have recently bought up a large amount of cinemas and movie studios. Here's just some of the larger ones that are worth mentioning: AMC Entertainment, Legendary Entertainment Studios, Carmike Cinemas, and Dick Clark Productions. And there are rumors of even more deals being worked on right now. So who are the major players buying up all these entertainment companies? Well, the ones we mentioned are being bought up by Dalian Wanda Group, and they are buying up chunks of Hollywood at an alarming rate. The owner of Dalian Wanda Group is the 62-year-old former commander of the People's Liberation Army, Wang Jianlin. Wang Jianlin was born in China in 1954. His company owns a ton of investment properties, from shopping malls to luxury hotels, and now it would seem like the entertainment business. Why does Chinese government-connected interests want to own Hollywood? It's because Hollywood can still influence so many people. China understands this major influence that Hollywood can have not only in the United States but the entire world. In many places, for many people, Hollywood still sets the trends, and some people can follow this stuff religiously. We have all seen how connected Hollywood is to politics, from governor movie stars to presidents who have been on reality TV shows. The government and Hollywood have a long history of manipulating the entertainment industry to suit different agendas.
China, now the world's second largest economy, is, by some estimation, trying to repeat history. From high within the industry and the government, the message in China is get better at making movies.
China even has its own mini Hollywood, where they flew in several actors to celebrate this Hollywood replication in China. Now that China seeks control of this enormous media source, what propaganda will we see next from Hollywood? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. A report from the Voice of Reason reveals Operation Gotham Shield. This is a major nuclear detonation drill that will be conducted in the New York, New Jersey area. This joint exercise involves FEMA, Homeland Security, and a wide range of federal, state, and local organizations. During this exercise, the simulated detonation of nuclear bombs in the New York City area and the U.S.-Canadian border will test the response times and provide training for these organizations. This operation will be conducted from April 18th through May 5th. Given our current political atmosphere and current tensions with nuclear states, these operations are more relevant than ever.
Our objective is a denuclearized Korean peninsula. We have no objective to change the regime in North Korea. That is not our objective.
Tillerson also shared concerns about how close North Korea is to developing nuclear weapons that could be put on missiles that could reach the U.S.
The assessments are obviously somewhat difficult, but clearly he has made significant advancements in delivery systems, and that is what concerns us the most.
Are the tensions with North Korea part of what makes these operations so important? A lot of buzz around the web is pointing out the potential for a false flag event, stating that this is closely related to the mechanism that many researchers believe was at work on the day of 9/11, which also had a large-scale training operation which invoked emergency powers and a simulated attack that actually occurred in locations that were hit. Can we expect anything catastrophic to occur during this time? Will North Korea attack the U.S. mainland? Would someone conduct a false flag nuclear operation and blame it on overseas enemies? If enough people were to receive this information, could it prevent this event completely? No one really knows, or at least anyone who is willing to talk. All we can do is wait, watch, and listen. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. Ancient legends of giants have been told around the globe since the beginning of recorded history. What truth is there to these ancient stories of giant humans? The word giant was coined in the year 1297 and was derived from the Greek mythology and the word gigantes. Nearly every religion around the world speaks of giants in their ancient text, from the Nephilim of the Bible to the Jotun of Norse mythology. There is evidence that may suggest there was an archaeological cover-up of giants. This cover-up was most likely ordered by the high-level administrators to protect the mainstream timeline of human evolution. There could be much more to the ancient story of the globe than mainstream history would have us believe.
So, then finally we'll end with just another photograph of one of these mummies. So, I think the compelling case to be made here is that indeed there have been a variety of individuals of large stature that have existed in our past. I don't assert that these have been a separate race. Some of the records have been kept, and some of them still exist with the Smithsonian, not all of them. And I'll talk a little bit more about this over the course of the weekend. But I think the case is that, while you can dismiss them all, you can say that newspaper reports and the like are probably hoaxes. Clearly, some of them are not, and there is a case to be made for beings of large stature that have existed. Now, what were they? Well, that's beyond the scope of this conversation.
Gigantic fossilized footprints have been discovered on nearly every continent. These giant footprints in China were measured at 22.5 inches. This would make the estimated human who made them to be about 16.5 feet. There have been findings like these all over the world. While some of these were found to be fakes, an overwhelming amount continues to baffle the scientific community. When it comes to giants, the mainstream science is in denial. Anthropologists and archaeologists will not acknowledge the evidence in fear of condemnation and ridicule. It is estimated that less than 1% of legitimate evidence ever makes it into the public. When discoveries like these are made, those with hidden agendas quickly swoop in to protect the current narrative. What other archaeological discoveries are being destroyed or covered up to protect the mainstream version of our history? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below, and if you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. Fukushima is widely accepted as the worst nuclear disaster in human history. Tokyo Electric Power Company, also known as TEPCO, is now intent on releasing 777,000 tons of radioactive water into our ocean. This radioactive water has been stored in large tanks, and the water contains a highly radioactive form of hydrogen known as tritium. Radioactive waste has been bleeding into the ocean from Fukushima since the incident began, but allowing TEPCO to release this radioactive waste will only confirm that the organizations involved has lost all hope in the situation. The Fukushima incident occurred on March 11, 2011, and these molten cores of the reactor have retained radiation levels so high that robotic drones sent in to locate the cores fail very quickly from the radiation exposure before they can even get close to the cores. TEPCO has received global scrutiny following the release of the statement that they have decided to let go of this radioactive waste into our ocean, coming from citizens all around the world. TEPCO is not legally permitted to release this toxic waste into the environment. They require approval from the Japanese government. The main concern is not that the waste product will cause more harm to the environment. The reactor is releasing more waste every minute of every day. The true concern is that if this is allowed to take place, we may start to see similar practices taking place around the world. It would set up the precedent for other countries and corporations to dump their radioactive waste into our ocean, and that is something we do not want to become commonplace. The entire situation is truly a mess, and is one of the worst disasters on our planet. Let us know what you think about the disaster at Fukushima. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. Is Florida's coast being swallowed up by rising sea levels? Let's take a look. Rising sea levels threaten coastlines all over the world, but when it comes to Florida, this threat is much more significant. Our sea levels are on the rise, and places like Miami have to spend billions of dollars to combat this problem and prevent losing their coastlines.
A dire new warning from scientists. Sea levels are rising faster than we thought, much faster. A new study by famed climate scientist James Hansen predicts glaciers in Greenland and Antarctica will melt 10 times faster than previous estimates, which could result in a sea level rise of at least 10 feet by the end of the century. The study paints an alarming picture for coastal cities, suggesting they might only be habitable for a few more decades.
In Florida, more than 2.4 million people live within 4 feet of the local high tide. Here is Adam Sheffitz, a volunteer with the Miami High Water Line Project. In this photo, he is chalking a line that would show where a 3-foot sea level rise would end up in Miami. The United States Army Corps of Engineers has predicted that by 2030, our oceans could see a 10-inch rise in water levels. Some people would debate that sea level rise is no major problem, but even a few inches can have profound effects on local environments.
Parched terrain where almost nothing can grow. This part of the Florida Keys Island chain was once home to a large pine forest. But Chris Berg says rising sea levels have made the groundwater increasingly salty, destroying the ecosystem.
What used to be a thriving pine forest used to support key deer, used to support freshwater dependent wildlife. Now does still support certain animals, but not those freshwater dependent species.
The city of Miami has raised about $500 million to install pumps and raise city roads, but sooner or later they're going to have to face the facts. One day, they will have to leave this area. The pricing on home insurance in these regions has already seen a tremendous increase. It won't be long before these insurance companies pull out of this region for good.
Our wells and aquifers are being contaminated with seawater.
Howard County alone, that saltwater intrusion line continues to march ever inland. In the city of Fort Lauderdale, it's about 6 miles in. Everything on the other side of that saltwater line, all those water wells have been lost.
One person slipped up and used the word climate change. They're not allowed to say that. The governor says, no, you shall not use. If you're a state employee and I write your check, you can't use the word climate change.
As our coastlines are swallowed up by salt water, what will our world look like in 20 years? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below, and if you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where truth equals freedom. As the world continues to advance in wireless technology, more humans are being exposed to the radio frequencies they produce. This leads some people to raise concerns about the effects of living in these new communication signals, with a large portion of communities arguing that the dangers are being overlooked. At the center of this debate is the new 5G wireless communication system. For more on what exactly 5G is, watch our previous video on the 5G network, a video produced 2 years ago. that is still incredibly accurate. So what is the truth about this technological radiation? It's not just the average person concerned about the health risks of 5G. Over 180 scientists from 40 different countries have joined together to speak out about the dangers of 5G.
When I started in this business, almost no one outside the military was exposed to microwave radiation. Today, almost everyone is affected, and from the moment of conception onwards. I'm here to introduce you to an expert panel, including a doctor and scientists, who have a warning about the coming health conditions that are predicted to rise if we blindly accept the next generation of 5G wireless technology. We are joining scientific researchers in 41 other countries, including the US and the UK, who are warning that 5G is going to pose a massive public health risk.
In Switzerland, earlier this year, more than 2,000 people held a protest against the 5G rollout, forcing the Switzerland Environmental Agency to call for more research into the radiation produced by the 5G towers, even though Switzerland has one of the most developed 5G systems in the world. While test studies are difficult to find concerning 5G radiation, the few you do find have legitimate concerns about the mental and health effects generated by these signals. Some studies have shown that your sweat glands essentially act as small antennas, allowing RF transmissions to penetrate even further than normal. Even with the current frequency range of up to 2.5 gigahertz being produced by 4G technology, the health effects are being recorded worldwide. The rise in brain tumors associated with cell phones directly matches the increased usage of wireless devices and is outpacing other known cancers.
Deployment of 5G is particularly disturbing to those who have already developed sensitivity to electromagnetic pollution. In addition to the hundreds of patients being assessed at Dr. Bray's Environmental Health Clinic in Toronto, as many as 1 million people in Canada are believed to be sensitive, and this number is likely to increase with increasing exposure. The major symptoms include insomnia, chronic fatigue, chronic pain, mood disorders, poor short-term memory, difficulty concentrating, depression, heart palpitations that are interpreted as anxiety. Symptoms also include skin problems, dizziness, nosebleeds, elevated blood sugar, and in extreme cases, loss of consciousness. Microwave frequencies are also shown in scientific studies to contribute to cancer and to damage sperm. Scientists and medical doctors across the United States and in the United Kingdom are requesting delayed deployment until testing can be conducted on the long-term biological effects of 5G technology.
Male infertility has been steadily increasing as well, corresponding with more men carrying cell phones in their pockets. Even cell phone manufacturers themselves issue warnings of the hazards of carrying a mobile device on your body and recommend not holding them while you use them. And you can find this on many of their own websites. In fact, in every model of the Samsung Galaxy, the owner's manual always states that the mobile device should stay at least 1.5 centimeters away from your body at all times. This is about the thickness of a AA battery. But most men carry their phones in their pockets. Having the phone this close allows the radio frequency field of the phone to penetrate the parts of the human body and cause problems. Obviously, for men carrying a phone in their pocket, the reproductive system is the closest sensitive organ to this harmful field. These warnings are from the manufacturers themselves, and it's been proven that big corporations routinely downplay numbers to sell more products. So the actual safe distance from the body could be even larger than 1.5 centimeters. The powerful effects of radio frequency emissions are nothing new to science. In 1948, after World War II, a researcher was working with a magnetron, a device used by radar. He had a candy bar in his pocket, and the microwave energy produced by the radar melted the bar in his pocket. After further development, microwave ovens were produced and sold across the nation. As 5G and other wireless technologies are rolled out, people remain concerned about the dangers, and with good reason. More testing and research needs to be done before exposing humans worldwide 24 hours a day to these new communication frequencies. As the debates are swept under the table and censored by the mainstream media and big tech corporations, the reports are being published around the world that 5G towers are being burned in protest of the new wireless technology. The continued censorship of independent media reports on 5G only further validate the suspicions raised by researchers all around the world. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. Don't forget to click the link in the video description if you would like to join the team. Like, share, and subscribe on your way out. And hey, we'll catch you guys in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. Big money has a stranglehold on our country's political system. This is destroying our democracy. Today, in Washington and in our state capitals, it's too often that big money is calling the shots.
Brendan Keith holds the powerful accountable tonight. Brendan? The 11 Alive investigators discovered an organization that gets money from lobbyists, gives it to legislators, and it's all considered charity. We found the fabled back rooms where laws are really made. We can't show you what's behind this closed door. A place where legislators and corporate lobbyists have an equal vote. A place they don't want you to see.
You need to be credentialed at registry.
We are credentialed. We're Georgia Media. Are there legislators in there? Are there legislators in there? We are Georgia credentialed media.
Over here? Please step over here.
What? There's Georgia legislators here. Are laws being made in there? This isn't the state capitol. It's a resort hotel in Savannah where lawmakers are wined and dined as members of the American Legislative Exchange Council.
This problem is not a partisan issue. Members of both political parties are frequently guilty of unduly favoring the desires of their big money donors over the needs of their constituents. The truth is, we have a system that thrives on corruption, and it's getting worse all the time. On any given weekend, lobbyists in Washington head for the airports to jet off to luxurious locations all across the country. The destinations include Napa Valley in California for wine tasting, Wyoming for fly fishing, and any number of spas, golf courses, and exclusive hunting trips. They are invited to these weekend retreats by members of Congress and their political action committees. The cost of accepting the invite is a political donation anywhere from $1,500 to $5,000, and that doesn't include the cost of travel and lodging at some of the most luxurious resorts in the United States. It used to be that lobbyists would take politicians on trips, but when the rules changed, and that was outlawed, politicians and their fundraisers came up with a new method to organize the trips and invite lobbyists along to pay for them.
A private meeting paid for by whom?
By our members and donors.
Our lobbyists, correct?
No.
Are you here for this conference too?
Are you really?
We met two lobbyists and a state representative from New England in the hotel bar the night before and recorded our conversation. Do you have to pay your own way?
Well, on a trip like this, that's where you would come in, man. On a trip like this, I'm the state chair of Alabama.
Yeah.
And I look for financial supporters,
right?
Lobbyists, like, to send us like a couple $1,000 every so often. That gives me money to help those folks with. Now, on the other hand,
we pay more fee here, so it helps support them.
and you do.
I see. So the lobbyist fees to come to the event actually help subsidize the legislator coming here.
The lobbyists have no trouble paying their own way or making the suggested donation, because companies like General Electric, AT&T, Boeing, Exxon, and Verizon, just to name a few, will happily give the lobbyists plenty of money for the political donations and the lavish trips. If we outlaw lobbying, it would remove our own freedom to petition the government. There are tremendous loopholes in our laws that can result in corruption. Placing a limit on campaign contributions or prohibiting future job offers from the lobbyist could slow down some of this political corruption. What are some steps you think that we could take to reduce the corruption in our political system? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. Nikola Tesla pioneered much of the technology we use every day. There have been claims that Tesla's knowledge of free energy was suppressed to maintain a monopoly of energy and the ability to charge for it. What do we know about Nikola Tesla? Nikola Tesla was born on July 10th in 1856 in Croatia, and the stories say he was born in a lightning storm. Just a few things that have developed over time from Tesla's work is remote control, speedometers, X-ray, wireless radio, neon lights, and electrical rail tracks. Tesla made the claim that he received his ideas from other beings, and that he could see bits of the future. He also claimed his brain was just a receiver, that the universe contained a core from which all knowledge could be obtained. Tesla found himself in America in 1884. Tesla would eventually work with Thomas Edison for a short time before disagreeing with his theories and the use of direct current. Tesla ventures out on his own and soon follows the war of the currents, where Tesla and Edison would try to prove which current was better, alternating current or direct. Today, the basis for the entire international power grid is alternating current. In 1899, Tesla began work experimenting with the transfer of wireless electricity. He succeeded in powering light bulbs laying on the ground near his towers, powering multiple light bulbs up to 100 feet away. This became known as the Colorado Springs experiments, and it was here that Tesla made his first major steps to his dream of creating a planet with wireless power. In the year 1900, following his success of the Colorado Springs experiments, Tesla sought funding to build a large wireless communications tower, when in reality, Tesla would build the Wardenclyffe Tower, his next major step to giving the world free and wireless energy. Once investors realized there would be no way to charge money for this energy, the funding for Tesla's project soon disappeared. The project was bankrupt by 1908 and was tore down only 9 years later. One of Tesla's final works was the peace beam, known as the death beam or death ray, which used directed plasma and solid particles to shoot a beam up to 250 miles away. Mysteries around Tesla's death claimed the body was missing within hours, along with Tesla's papers and notes. Theories have sparked that the FBI may have played a role in Tesla's death and the disappearance of his work. What other highly advanced scientific theories and inventions were contained within the missing work of Nikola Tesla? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. Beneath the beautiful Yellowstone National Park lies a supervolcano, a hidden force of nature that has the potential to blanket the United States in ash and send the world into a volcanic winter. Although scientists have studied the supervolcano extensively, there's not much we can do if and when this volcano erupts. This hasn't stopped NASA from trying to engineer a solution to the next supervolcano eruption. What scientists have relied on up until now is that when Yellowstone's supervolcano begins to rumble and its magma chamber begins to fill, we would have centuries to prepare for a devastating eruption. However, recent studies find that the speed at which the volcano can fill its magma chamber and erupt is in the order of only a few decades. This means that Yellowstone's supervolcano could go from its usual activity like today to erupting in the 2030s. How did scientists unravel the timing of the latest supervolcano eruption from Yellowstone? As the magma chambers are filled, portions of the magma were cooled enough to solidify into rock. While they are solidified or lithified, the minerals grew over time, creating bands of progressively younger minerals around the older minerals. Scientists have inspected these bands of minerals, and what they found is that the last few bands of minerals in the formation recorded a sudden spike in temperature, on the order of decades before the mineral lithification had stopped. The rapid increase in temperature on the order of decades represents the time required for a sudden injection of magma to release through an eruption. This map from the United States Geological Survey highlights areas where the ash beds have been identified from previous Yellowstone supervolcano eruptions. The amount of rock and ash would cover most of the United States and could send the whole Earth into a volcanic winter. This type of event would be very similar to what wiped out the dinosaurs, and would put enough dust into the atmosphere that it could block out the sun for many years. NASA has recently taken the threat to be more serious than an asteroid impact. NASA is currently making plans to drill down deep into the hydrothermal water below the magma chambers and allow these fluids to cool down the magma. Their goal is to release as much of the heat from the magma chamber as possible to prevent a catastrophic eruption. Yellowstone will remain a growing concern as we continue to see the activity around the magma chamber increase. As close as scientists continue to watch this supervolcano, we still don't know when it could time its next eruption.
Nothing.
Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. Almost a week has passed since Hurricane Maria tore through Puerto Rico, nearly tearing the island in two. This situation has now turned into a seriously life-threatening crisis. The island is running out of food, fuel, and access to clean water. They are down to limited communications, which means some of the communities have not even received information about the rescue efforts that are underway. One of the biggest threats is the continuing lack of power throughout most of the island. Nearly half of the power grid was knocked out during the hurricane. The New York Times reported that it could take 4 to 6 months before power is restored on the island. That will be a half a year without power for the 3.4 million residents of Puerto Rico. Half a year without air conditioning in a tropical climate, without electric pumps that bring water to the homes. Half a year where even the most basic tasks of modern life have become more difficult. Hysteria is already starting to spread. The hospitals are starting to collapse, and people are in a panic about what their future will hold. Even worse is that leaving is not an option, at least yet. Travelers at the airport on Sunday were told that tickets won't be available until October 4th. This is another tragic event to occur in just a very short time. More energy is reaching the Earth from the Sun, and as more energy comes in, the storms and extreme weather will increase. Houston, Florida, and now Puerto Rico. Where will this extreme weather strike next? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. The homeless epidemic in California is out of control, so let's take a look. We have touched on this topic in a recent video, but the situation has gotten out of control, so now we're going to have another look. And to begin with, we have some video coming out of these tent cities, and let's just go ahead and have a look at the video now. The local activists in this area have estimated that around 1,000 people could be camped in this local region. Just to give you an idea, last month, February 19th, we reported a video that had touched on this topic, and at that time there were around 100 people staying in this region. This particular tent city is growing along the Santa Ana riverbed and continues to grow. Some of the locals are getting increasingly alarmed by the rapid spread of unregulated squatters and their belongings and their waste. Orange County as well as the city of Santa Ana are well aware of the situation, but they seem to be doing nothing. They have taken no action at this time. There's even been a lawsuit filed by the American Civil Liberties Union that claims that local police in multiple cities have made it a policy to advise the homeless to move to the riverbed region to avoid citation or even arrest. This lawsuit had also made the claim that Orange County was unconstitutionally imprisoning the homeless. Orange County's counterargument to this was that they were building the fences as a flood prevention program. A settlement was eventually reached, leaving the California taxpayers to foot the bill for the ACLU attorney fees. Although we focused mostly on Santa Ana today, the reports are coming out of Fresno, Sacramento. Santa Ana is not the only location with this problem. In fact, this epidemic has carried on now for several years. No one's arguing that there aren't a few losers out there that just can't make their own way, but what it boils down to is the system of control equals debt, and debt equals control. The more they can put the people behind debt, the more control that they have over these people, and so you end up with a situation like this where the people can't pay their bills, the people can't feed themselves. They end up camped on the side of a road in a riverbed in Santa Ana, California. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below, and if you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. How political dogma can be turned into a workable propaganda. The entire novel is fascinating. George Orwell's home run hit for most people is 1984, an incredibly accurate portrayal of our world published 68 years ago in 1949. This story is set in Great Britain, which was called Airstrip 1 and was under the control of Oceania. Oceania is the superstate the main character lives in and is composed of the Americas, the British Isles, Iceland, Australia, New Zealand, and Southern Africa. This novel tells the grim tale of the Big Brother surveillance state in which every citizen is under the constant surveillance of authorities. One of the main methods of this surveillance is the television, known as the telescreens in this novel. This was all wrote about in 1949, long before the invention of any smart TV, which now litters our homes today. Another major theme of 1984 is censorship, where the Ministry of Truth suppresses information and rewrites stories, even edits photos to fit what the control system wants. A story all too similar in today's world of Photoshop and fake news. In the book 1984, the language was called Newspeak, and this was designed to limit freedom of thought, personal identity, self-expression, and free will. Words that were used to express these things were constantly scratched out of the vocabulary, almost exactly what we are seeing today. Doublethink was a term used in the novel for contradictory terms that were used to keep people confused, with slogans like war is peace, freedom is slavery, and ignorance is strength. Today, we use slogans like the war on terror, freedom fighters, and genderless. All are contradictions, but how did Orwell get all of this information in the 1940s? He was involved in the Fabian Society, where he was able to gain access to knowledge of where our world was headed. The Fabian Society was founded on January 4th in 1884 with the intent of using politics to shape the world. The coat of arms and standing symbol for the Fabian Society is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Deep within these secret societies, George Orwell was able to gain access to the plans of the elite to control the population through the oppressive ideas he wrote about in his novels. Through the means of having this knowledge from secret societies and looking at the potentials of technology, Orwell was able to project the future of the oppressive control systems we have now. Years later, after his 1949 publication of this information, we can see it in our daily lives.
I think that allowing for the book being, after all, a parody, something like 1984 could actually happen. This is the direction the world is going in at the present time. In our world, there will be no emotions except fear, rage, triumph, and self-abasement. The sex instinct will be eradicated. We shall abolish the orgasm. There will be no loyalty except loyalty to the party. But always there will be the intoxication of power. Always, at every moment, there will be the thrill of victory, the sensation of trampling on an enemy who is helpless. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. The moral to be drawn from this dangerous nightmare situation is a simple one. Don't let it happen. It depends on you.
Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. A lot of viewers have been requesting a forum where we can discuss the topics of our videos in more depth and stay more connected with the community. So we created a Discord channel where you can come and be a part of the team here at InfoSqaud. Discord started as an app for gamers, but has grown massively due to its easy to use and reliable channels. So click the link in the video description and come be a part of the team at InfoSqaud.
This tends to plague smart people. They just can't. They define themselves by their intelligence, and they don't like the idea that a machine could be way smarter than them. So they discount the idea, which is fundamentally flawed. That's the wishful thinking situation.
Neuralink is a company founded by Elon Musk. His plan for this company, as he puts it, is to save the human race. The main idea behind saving the human race is to develop a hard drive that can be implanted in the brain. Elon's main goal is to wire this chip-sized hard drive into the brain, merging biological and artificial intelligence into one mind. He argues that without taking this drastic measure, humanity is doomed.
But when I say everything, like the robots will be able to do everything. I have exposure to the very most cutting edge AI, and I think people should be really concerned about it. I keep sounding the alarm bell, but until people see like robots going down the street killing people, like they don't know how to react.
Elon has publicly stated his fear of the rapid growth in AI development. He claims that improving the cognitive function of the brains in humans is the only way for our species to remain competitive in the world to come. This type of technology has been on the horizon for years and remains controversial. Some people argue that this will be the only way for humans to keep up with artificial intelligence as it develops, and others argue that something like this could remove what makes us human entirely. One thing is certain, this is coming, and when it does, we will have to decide if we are going to accept or reject this new technology. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Don't forget to click the link in the video description to come be a part of the team. Hey, and also like, share, and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, and we'll catch you guys in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. If you would like to join InfoSqaud and be a part of the team, don't forget to click the link in the video description.
We used to go fishing for a day, and we'd catch enough fish to sell at the market. And nowadays, we're lucky if we can bring in 1 or 2.
Overfishing has taken its toll on the world's oceans, and the latest case seems to be an enormous drop-off in Japan's squid fisheries. Japan has a long tradition of consuming squid. Grilled, raw, stewed, Dried, fermented, and even fried, Japan enjoys squid more than any other country. Now the love that Japan has for squid could be in danger. Season catches for the Japanese fleets have hit record lows, causing prices for squid to soar. One region hit the worst was Hakudote, known as Japan's Squid Town. The Pacific flying squid is the species hit hardest by the overfishing of Japan's fleet. The fishermen recorded 61,000 tons of squid caught. That number is 31% of what it was 10 years ago. Japan is not the only country overfishing the oceans of the world, and squid are not the only species that are affected.
The report blames industrial fishing for scraping the ocean nearly clean of some species and growing carbon dioxide emissions from the world's cars and factories, making oceans acidic, creating dead zones.
Is there ever a time that you thought this industry was going to be here?
Every year. Every year, every week. We joke that there's no future in fishing.
A research team led by Boris Worm and Ransom Myers showed that the species diversity in the oceans has declined by 50%, with tuna, swordfish, sharks, and marlin suffering the worst. Faced with the collapse of fish populations, commercial fishing fleets are going deeper in the ocean and farther down the food chain in order to haul in more fish. A study catch data published in the Journal of Science grimly predicted that if the fishing continues at this rate, all of the world's fisheries will have collapsed by the year 2048. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. Don't forget to click the link if you want to join the team down in the video description. Hey, like, share, and subscribe on the videos. It sure helps us out, and we'll catch you guys in the next video.
Resistance is futile.
Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. Making our minds become super intelligent, just like you see in the movies, is starting to become real. Around the world, scientists have been steadily improving brain-augmenting technology. This is basically the idea that you can use technology to improve the brain. Maybe even allowing us to use our brain to communicate direct thoughts between one another. One of the major ways that scientists are going to enhance the human brain is by using implants. These implants will use electrical signals and even light pulses to stimulate the brain in a particular way to change behavior. It doesn't always have to be a good change either. In lab rats, researchers can transfer memories and even wipe them out completely and create new ones. Some of these mice were well fed, and the researchers could stimulate a hunger with the mouse simply by applying the proper light. They could change and affect a wide range of behaviors and brain functions, from memory to motor skills.
Good afternoon. Please give your attention to my associate, Agent J. He's going to demonstrate an electro-biomechanical neural transmitting zero synapse repositioner. We call it the neuralizer. Keep it simple, Slid. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Agent K. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will, look right here.
The idea is to get this technology down to an implantable size. The list of people and companies who spend money to research this type of material is long and includes some big names: Intel, DARPA, and Elon Musk, just to name a few. Imagine the potential for abuse and corruption if this stuff starts getting widespread use in the public. This technology is so close now, it's not a question of if, but when. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. Human enhancements have been around for arguably as long as humans. The ways that people have tried to enhance their bodies and mental capabilities has sometimes been successful, comical, and even sometimes tragic. This fascination with overcoming the limitation of the human body has been evolving and changing for thousands of years. Until recently, most of the attempts at enhancing the human body have not had a huge impact. But all of that is quickly coming to an end. The rapid advancement in human enhancement technology is starting to have an impact on human lives, from the military to the industrial applications. In 2011, Time magazine declared humanity would merge with machines by the year 2045 and become immortal. Their prediction may be coming true, and it could even be here sooner than they predicted. Some of the new human enhancement technologies that we have seen, even in the public arena, have been incredibly advanced compared to what we had only 10 years ago. Exoskeletons have been on the wish list for government military powers around the world. Lockheed Martin is one of the industry leaders when it comes to human exoskeleton enhancement systems. In the public, they show us industrial use exosystems that can be used to increase human efficiency while using heavy tools or carrying heavy loads. But behind closed doors, they work on black budget military projects for super soldier exoskeleton systems. This technology is just another step in the merging of man with machine. There are new human enhancing systems everywhere. One is called optic and can enhance soldiers' vision or can be used to turn our world into an augmented reality. This is a contact lens version of Google Glass. Another advancement is a jetpack that's been developed by DARPA. It can even get the non-athletic person to travel 1 mile in 4 minutes. There is also a new Lucy type of technology that can stimulate the brain with small currents to enhance brain function, turning a novice at any particular trade into an expert for at least 24 hours. There is even a new military suit called Talos that is a tactical assault light operator suit that has advanced biometric body armor and the latest augmented reality computing. The current trend that our world is heading in is one in which man becomes machine. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where truth equals freedom. Tinfoil hats are often portrayed in movies and fictional stories. These protective helmets of foil are claimed to protect the wearers from a wide range of radio frequencies and telepathic effects. But where do these icons of paranoia get their origin? An early allusion to the insulative headgear that protects the head appears in an unusual 1909 non-fiction publication called Atomic Consciousness by a self-proclaimed seer named John Palfrey, who believed that such headgear was effective for his retention of thoughts and ideas. The usage of a metal foil hat for protection against interference of the mind was mentioned in a science fiction story by Julian Huxley, The Tissue Culture King, which was first published in 1926. In this story, the protagonist discovers that caps of metal foil can block the effects of telepathy. Julian is the brother of Aldous Huxley, the author of Brave New World, and the brothers are both members of the Fabian Society. Some people have the belief that such hats prevent mind control by governments, spies, or even paranormal beings that employ ESP. So does wearing a tinfoil hat have any effect on blocking any of these would-be malicious frequencies? It turns out that a group at MIT in the electrical engineering department put the tinfoil hat to the test. The group ran a radio frequency sweep that ranged from 10 kilohertz to 3 gigahertz. This is the same frequencies used by the communications industry, ranging from radios to cell phones. After performing the sweep on multiple versions of the tinfoil hat, they found that the hats only amplified the signal. This works through resonance, and the process is similar to blowing air over a glass bottle and producing a noise that is louder than the original force of air. When it comes to blocking radio frequencies and mind-controlling telepathy, it seems that tinfoil hats just won't do the trick. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. Don't forget to click the link in the video description if you'd like to join the team. Like, share, and subscribe on your way out. And hey, we'll catch you guys in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. The Juno Cam imager on NASA's Juno mission has snapped some amazing photos of the Great Red Spot. Some of these images have just been released, and they are amazing. For hundreds of years, scientists have been observing, wondering, and theorizing about Jupiter's Great Red Spot. This flyby of the solar system's largest planet has produced some of the highest resolution images of the Great Red Spot that we have ever seen. These new images, along with Juno's 8 different science instruments, will give astronomers more data to analyze than they've ever had. This massive storm on Jupiter is like a hurricane on Earth, but much, much larger. It measures around 10,159 miles in diameter. At one point, scientists theorized that 3 Earths could fit inside of the Great Red Spot, but today, only the width of 1 Earth could fit within this raging storm. Juno's next close flyby of Jupiter will be on September 1st. We hope that you enjoy these iconic images. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. A hole the size of one of the Great Lakes has been found in Antarctica, and it has researchers scratching their heads. Substantial holes in the icy surface of Antarctica are called polynias, and they're not uncommon. They are generally confined to the coastal regions. An international team of scientists have discovered a mysterious 80,000 square foot hole the size of Lake Superior, making it one of the biggest polynias ever observed in Antarctica. The researchers believe the polynia may have been formed because of deep water in the Southern Ocean being warmer and saltier than the surface water. Ocean convection occurs in the polynia when warmer water comes to the surface and then melts the sea ice, preventing new ice from forming. The team includes researchers from the University of Toronto and SOCOM from Princeton University. They are monitoring the area with satellite technology and using robotic floats that are capable of operating under the sea ice to finally shed some light on the polynia. According to the researchers who first discovered the polynia, it is currently in the middle of the winter season for Antarctica, and this area should be covered by a thick layer of sea ice.
The peninsula is one of the fastest warming places in the world. The year-round temperatures at Palmer Station are up 5 degrees on average. 5 degrees is an enormous increase in warming. That's a big story, and the glaciers give us a chance to bring that story to life.
The ice-free area is an important new data point which will be used to test the newest climate models. The hole first showed up on satellite images on September 9th, and researchers said it would be premature to blame the polynia on climate change. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where truth equals freedom. Unfolding daily in front of our eyes is the world of Big Brother and thought control that was portrayed in George Orwell's classics like 1984. 1984 was written over 60 years ago in 1948, It portrays a stunningly accurate and frightening picture of where we are potentially heading as a global society.
Think about it, but most of us are getting caught on camera at some point after we leave our homes. 22 News reporter David McKay wanted to find out if it bothers you to be almost constantly under surveillance.
The majority of people I spoke with today said they aren't bothered by public surveillance, but only to a certain extent.
Concerns surrounding new smart streetlights. Can they spy on you? Well, maybe even see into your home.
Yeah, right now you've got some of the biggest LED light-making companies in the world, including Philips and Siemens, going at each other trying to win this city contract.
Despite the book being released as fiction, and despite its title, it was almost certainly based on a vision of our future and is planned not for 1984, but for many years later. The year 1984 was symbolic and was significant to the secret society that George Orwell belonged to. George Orwell, whose real name is Eric Arthur Blair, was educated at Eton College, a well-known Illuminati education center that has produced 19 British prime ministers, including David Cameron. While at Eton, George Orwell was taught French by Aldous Huxley. It was here that they became long-life friends.
Mr. Huxley, in your new essays, you state that these various enemies of freedom are pushing us toward a real-life, brave new world, and you say that it's awaiting us just around the corner. First of all, can you detail for us what life in this brave new world which you fear so much, or what life might be like?
Well, to start with, I think this kind of the dictatorship of the future, I think will be very unlike the dictatorships which we've been familiar with in the immediate past. But if you want to preserve your power indefinitely, you have to get the consent of the ruled. And this they will do partly by drugs, as I foresaw in Brave New World, partly by these new techniques of propaganda. They will do it by bypassing the sort of rational side of man and appealing to his subconscious and his deeper emotions and his physiology even, and so making him actually love his slavery. I mean, I think this is the danger, that actually people may be in some ways happy under the new regime.
Huxley, who was also the author of another interesting book known as Brave New World, introduced George Orwell to the Fabian Socialist Society. The Fabian Society is a secret society at its core. Like many other secret societies, there are levels of initiation. This usually means that the people at the bottom have no idea of the true agenda carried out by those at the top. The Fabian Society has been instrumental in the global fascist agenda. It was the force behind the creation of the Labour Party in Britain and operates both officially and unofficially across the globe. The name Fabian comes from a Roman general named Quintius Fabius Maximus. Fabius was known to employ a carefully planned strategy that wore down his enemies over a long period of time, avoiding battles that could prove decisive either way. This is much like how the Fabian Society carries out its own agenda. The appropriate logo for the Fabian Society is the wolf in sheep's clothing. The significance in George Orwell's book is the fact that 1984 is the 100th anniversary of the Fabian Society. Many researchers believe that George Orwell became disillusioned with the society, and 1984 was written not as a fiction, but as a means to expose the Fabian agenda. This would explain why the Fabian Society is reported to control the copyrights of 1984 until at least 2025. They also control the rights to his estate, and they own and have sealed George Orwell's archives. This is how George Orwell could write a book in 1984 telling in great detail how the mass population could be so easily controlled by the relative few. Sadly, ignorance is bliss, and people are systematically indoctrinated to believe certain dogmas that are fed to them through the mainstream media.
We must speak the truth about terror. Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th, malicious lies that attempt to shift the blame away from the terrorists themselves.
the apparent divisions between us, such as race, age, sex, culture, religion, job, and income bracket, are all just mere illusions. Many people simply cannot deal with the information that challenges their belief system. People either don't want to hear it or they just can't accept it. This is what can only be described as cognitive dissonance. George Orwell describes this perfectly in 1984 as what he calls doublethink. It's the ability of someone to hold two belief systems that are contradictory at the same time. This is how the majority of people have remained in servitude for thousands of years. Most people will actually fight to protect their own belief systems, even dismissing information that challenges it without further investigation. And through this lack of investigation and widespread dismissal, the conspiracies are able to move on, operating covertly without any challenge from the population. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. Don't forget to click the link in the video description if you'd like to join the team. Like, share, and subscribe on your way out. And hey, we'll catch you guys in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. General Mills Incorporated has been issued a class action lawsuit by a Florida woman claiming that the company did not properly warn consumers about trace amounts of the herbicide glyphosate in Cheerios cereal brands. The World Health Organization has labeled glyphosate, the active ingredient in Monsanto's Roundup, as a probable carcinogen in 2015. Since then, lawsuits have been coming up accusing Monsanto and associated companies of not properly warning consumers of the potential dangers that their products pose to their health. Earlier this month, Monsanto was ordered by a California court to pay Dwayne Johnson, a groundskeeper who was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, $280 million in reparations. The company was accused of acting with malice and not informing consumers that their products can be a substantial contribute to cancer. General Mills insists that they are not legally accountable because they follow the guidelines set up by the EPA and work to lessen the amount of pesticides present in their products. General Mills issued a statement saying, "The EPA has researched this issue and has set rules that we follow, as do farmers who grow crops including wheats and oats. We continue to work closely with farmers, our supporters, and conservation organizations to minimize the use of pesticides on the crops and ingredients we use in our foods." The EPA has a long track record of corruption. Just earlier this year, a whistleblower by the name of Kevin Chmielewski was fired for exposing corrupt actions from EPA Administrator Scott Pruitt.
EPA Chief Scott Pruitt is now in the bullseye of the government's top ethics official. The Office of Government Ethics taking the unusual step of sending a letter to the EPA raising questions about whether Pruitt has violated ethics rules by using his public office for personal gain.
We have talked about the effects of this corruption from the EPA and the FDA before in another video called "What is Really in Our Food?" The only real solution is that people become aware of the different chemicals and other ingredients that end up in our foods. If we stop purchasing the products that continue to poison the people, then they will be forced to change their product or go out of business. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, like a scene right out of the movie Limitless. Smart drugs are available to help you access more of your brain. Do these smart drugs actually work? Nootropics are smart drugs or cognitive enhancers. These are drugs that can increase your executive functions, creativity, or motivation. The use of mind-enhancing substances by healthy people is widely debated in the medical community. In 2015, the market for these supplements was worth over $1 billion. Luminol has been called the real-life limitless pill.
Engineered to elevate overall cognitive performance, Luminol upgrades your memory, focus, processing speed, and overall brain functions. Featuring Noopept at its core, the world's most effective nootropic with powerful brain-enhancing properties. Experience a life without limits with the power of Noopept. Are issues with focus and distraction, poor memory, anxiety, and fear, or a head full of scattered thoughts and ideas holding you back from achieving your true potential? Well, now you can just relax. Luminol has fast become the secret weapon of choice for those looking to sharpen their edge and gain an advantage on who they were yesterday.
One of the controversial arguments behind these drugs is that the compounds and substances used are so new, there's very little oversight or regulation. Another major concern is the long-term effects. Long-term safety data is usually unavailable for nootropics. Most studies on nootropics show the effects will decrease on people with an above-average intelligence. However, a study was done on 40 above-average chess players. These players were tested on various cognitive function-enhancing stimulants. The test found that over the course of 3,000 games, the players had shown an 8% increase in their win percentage. A closer look at this study showed the players did appear to be taking considerably more time in making decisions. Are these new smart drugs a way to increase the power of your mind? And what will be the long-term effects if you decide to use them?
In the end, how much worse could it get?
I know everything!
Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below, and if you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. Over time, North Korea has distanced itself from the world. North Korea describes itself as a self-reliant socialist state that holds elections. The world has critically regarded North Korea as a totalitarian dictatorship centered around the cult personality of the Kim family, currently Kim Jong-un.
As you know, I'll be meeting with the president of China very soon in Florida, and that's another responsibility we have, and that's called the country of North Korea. We have a big problem. We have somebody that is not doing the right thing, and that's going to be my responsibility. But I'll tell you, that responsibility could have been made a lot easier if it was handled years ago. Whether it's the Middle East, whether it's North Korea, whether it's so many other things, whether it's in our country, horrible trade deals, I inherited a mess. We're going to fix it.
In North Korea, everything is owned and run by the state, from state-run enterprises to collectivized farms. Services such as healthcare, housing, education, and food is all subsidized or completely state-funded. North Korea possesses nuclear weapons, but its arsenal remains limited. North Korea has one of the worst human rights abuse records in history, with up to 10,000 deaths reported from prison camps each year. Based on satellite images and defector testimonies, it is estimated that around 200,000 prisoners are held in 6 large political prison camps, where the people are forced to work in nearly slave-like conditions. Just a few days ago, North Korea launched an extended-range missile which exploded in flight. The regime continues to test different missile engines in an attempt to improve its ballistic missile technology. Earlier this year, North Korea says it successfully tested a nuclear warhead. President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping just held a summit where North Korea was a major topic. Only hours after the end of the summit, a United States aircraft carrier strike group was dispatched to the Korean peninsula. This was confirmed by United States defense officials.
A U.S. Navy aircraft carrier group is now headed for waters near the Korean peninsula. A Pentagon official telling CNN the deployment is in a direct response to North Korea's recent military moves, particularly the launch of a unique type of extended-range Scud missile.
Commander of the U.S. Pacific Command, Harry Harris, directed the USS Carl Vinson and strike group to sail to the Korean peninsula. This Vinson strike group was previously planned for port visits to Australia, but will now occupy the West Pacific Sea near North Korea. Now that we have seen the recent situation in Syria, could we see military action in North Korea? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. Harvard researchers are set to test aerosols that could be used to combat climate change. This is a controversial method of cooling the planet down by blocking the incoming solar radiation from our sun. These Harvard experiments are set to begin early next year. In this test, they will be launching aerosol materials that could be used at a larger scale in the future. 2.2 pounds of any substance could be launched into the atmosphere, they claim. These researchers would have you believe that these experiments have not already taken place in the past. Individual researchers, and in many cases mainstream news outlets, have reported on what is now commonly known as chemtrails.
Is this true or just an overblown conspiracy theory?
You've seen them in the sky, those white lines left by planes. Conspiracy theorists call some of them chemtrails. They think they're full of toxins, damaging the environment and our health.
It definitely angers me. Some days there's only 4, some days there's 8, some days the whole sky is just enveloped in just milky white.
From the balcony of her Buckhead condo, Ali Valente gets a clear view of what she believes is a secret government plot that's poisoning us.
If you have not heard of chemtrails, we have a short introduction to this topic. You can go watch this video to get yourself up to speed. David Keith is one of the leaders in this research. One of his first papers in 1992 assessed the cost and the risk of applying this technology to our atmosphere.
It's an empirical question how people will actually react to knowledge about this. And another reaction is to say, if these crazy scientists are so concerned about putting CO2 in the atmosphere, they want to think about these things, then that might actually mean we should be more serious about the risks of CO2 in the atmosphere. And by the way, it's not really a moral hazard, it's more like free riding on our grandkids. And by the way, it's not really a moral hazard, it's more like free riding on our grandkids.
Since then, Keith has become known as the father of chemtrails. This is in part due to the overwhelming evidence that an aerosol engineering program is already underway. Another Harvard researcher in this field is Frank Kutsch. He is also a professor at Harvard. David and Frank have done massive amounts of work in the geoengineering field.
Because that and aerosol components, because they are both affect human health and climate, and in a way the environment in large.
This latest publication and experiment is another push by David Keith and his gang to normalize the geoengineering and manipulation of our global temperatures. They are claiming this experiment is the first of its kind, expecting us to believe that this hasn't been going on since the late 90s, when the first secret tests of this technology were conducted. Since then, instead of telling the people the truth and what they have planned or even getting approval, they launch secret geoengineering government projects. Then, over time, they normalize what they are doing through the information they release and conducting these new tests. The consequences of spraying these aerosols into our atmosphere could be devastating on our planet. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. We have all seen the videos of a dog or cat interacting with what seems to be something we cannot visually detect. What is really happening? Is something there? Are these animals actually picking up on something that is invisible to us? It's common knowledge that dogs can smell things that humans cannot. But a less discussed phenomenon is when dogs or cats can see things that we cannot see. Science has been probing at this for years, and still we know very little. What we do know is that certain animals have a specific structure to their eyes that allows them to see ultraviolet light. Some animals can even see and detect the magnetic fields using what is called cryptochromes. Cryptochromes are a common group of light-sensitive molecules that exist in bacteria, plants, and animals. These specialized proteins are enabled in certain animals, such as birds, insects, fish, and reptiles, just to name a few, to sense the magnetic fields, allowing them to perceive direction, altitude, and location. It seems that many animals are able to see things that humans cannot. Many mammals can actually see the ultraviolet light reflected from urine trails. With all of the evidence that animals are detecting things we cannot, we have to wonder what the animals are reacting to that remains unknown to us. In some cases, the animals can even seem terrified. Let us know what you think these animals are seeing. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. If you would like to be part of the team, don't forget to click the link in the video description. By now, most people have heard that The Simpsons predicted events long before they happened. From 9/11 to Ebola, people claim that The Simpsons have a decent track record of making predictions of the future. In some cases, it can be quite convincing, and other times it really seems like a stretch of the imagination. But did an episode from Season 2 in 1991 predict an anti-aging technique over 20 years before it was actually developed?
I will share an absolutely amazing development in aging research that could revolutionize the way we think about aging, and we may treat age-related diseases in the future. Animals, old mice that share a blood supply with young mice can get rejuvenated. This is similar to what you might see in humans in Siamese twins. And I know this sounds a bit creepy.
Let's take a look at this anti-aging process and the Simpsons episode, then you can decide if it was a prediction or just some sort of influence. A small startup company just in the last few years has started offering an anti-aging treatment where apparently, and I'm not kidding here, they put the blood of young people into the elderly with astounding results. After one transfusion, a 65-year-old man with gray hair showed signs of aging reversal as his hair began to darken and his muscles became more toned. The company's name is Ambrosia, and they are offering these transfusions of young blood for about $8,000 a treatment. This company claims that all of the donors fall within the ages of 16 to 25, if that is to be believed. Well over 20 years ago, this same effect was shown on The Simpsons. In 1991, Season 2, Episode 22, and the name of the episode is called Blood Feud. In this episode, Mr. Burns' health has declined, and he needs a blood transfusion to stay alive. After receiving the blood from young Bart Simpson, he has a miraculous return to health.
Burns is going to kick off if he doesn't get some double O negative blood, but nobody at the plant has it. What? Woo! Yes! All right! Woo! Congratulations, boy! You've got a date with a needle!
Hey, wait a minute. I don't have to give blood. I have rights.
Transfusion. Smithers, I'm not going to make it. I want to dictate my epitaph. Go ahead. Charles Montgomery Burns. Mm-hmm. American. Mm-hmm. And patriot. American. Patriot. Master of the atom. Scourge of the despot. Oh, tyrant, hear his mighty name, and quick, I'm back! Smithers, I'm back in the pink, full of pith and vinegar.
Just remarkable, sir.
You know, it's funny, Smithers, I tried every tincture and poultice and tonic and patent medicine there is, and all I really needed was the blood of a young boy. By the way, what was the lad's name?
Bart Simpson, sir.
Now this treatment is being praised for its apparent anti-aging effects. At this point, I have to say that putting the blood of the young people into people that are old to reverse aging just seems really creepy. Now that this process has been commercialized, you have to wonder, does this tie in any way to all of these new abortion laws being passed, allowing for even later abortions? So with that, let us know what you think. Did The Simpsons predict this anti-aging process? Or did it just help to influence this type of transfusion? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you would like to join the team, don't forget to click the link in the video description. Hey, like, share, and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, and we'll catch you guys in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. Mass transit is a blessing for people who live and work in the cities. But when it comes to New York City subways, it can be one of the worst places on the planet. Many areas of the subway system are falling apart, allowing rainwater to leak inside, and the trains are breaking down more frequently. There are now about 70,000 delays every month, when it was only about 28,000 per month in the year 2012. People are packed up like sardines, only to be delayed, and not to mention some of the crazy experiences you may have while riding on a subway. Just recently, one guy was trapped outside of a subway clinging to the outside of the car. Everything from arguments over seats to fights and nearly anything you can imagine can happen while in the subway.
Make sure you recognize that fucking name. Make sure you recognize that fucking name, you heard? I don't give a fuck about nobody else in this fucking train, but you right now. Okay, and I'm ready to fuck your ass up right now. Thank you. Thank you for getting it. So recognize. 2, 3. Oh, that's 1. Did it 2. That's 2. Oh.
The daily commute in New York City subway systems has become a nightmarish journey. On any given day, a number of things could provoke the frustration in New York's fraying subway system. The fact that the subway never shuts down completely makes it extremely difficult for repairs to be made. Projects have been started to modernize the subway, but it could take 40 to 50 years to completely modernize. For now, daily commuters who rely on the subways will have to continue to endure this nightmarish commute. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where truth equals freedom. Nowhere in the world is gun control more controversial than in the United States, where the possession of firearms is protected by the Constitution. Proponents of increased gun control argue that limiting access will save lives and reduce crime. Opponents insist that it would actually do the opposite by preventing law-abiding citizens from defending themselves against armed criminals. Is there a motive for gun control that these debates have missed? Let's look at some other examples of governments disarming its population. A year before Adolf Hitler took power in 1933, the German Interior Minister directed that gun registration records be made secure to keep them from falling into the hands of radical elements. The registered list of gun owners eventually fell into the hands of the Nazi government, which used them to disarm political enemies. By 1938, the Nazis had stripped the Jews of their rights of citizenship and were increasing the measures to strip them of their assets, including the means to defend themselves. The Holocaust began in 1941, only 3 years later. Joseph Stalin rose to power as General Secretary of the Communist Party in Russia, becoming a Soviet dictator after the death of Vladimir Lenin. In 1918, the Russian Social Democratic Party, led by Stalin, initiated a large-scale confiscation of civilian firearms, outlawing their possession and threatening up to 10 years in prison for concealing a gun. Official records reveal almost 800,000 documented executions in the Soviet Union between 1921 and 1953 during the years of the Great Purge, another genocide only 3 years after the public was disarmed. Mao Zedong was a Chinese communist revolutionary who became the founding father of the People's Republic of China, which he ruled as the chairman of the Communist Party of China from its establishment in 1949 until his death in 1976. Almost immediately after Mao's victory in the Chinese Civil War, only military and police were allowed to have guns. Less than a decade later, his policies caused the death of tens of millions of people in China. The number of people who died under his regime ranged from 40 to as many as 80 million through starvation, persecution, prison labor, and mass executions. The right to bear arms is protected by the Constitution for a reason. When a government becomes tyrannical and oppressive, the only hope for its citizens to maintain freedom is a means to fight back. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you would like to join the team, don't forget to click the link in the video description. Like, share, and subscribe. It really helps out the channel. And hey, we'll catch you guys in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. Today we're going to be talking about underground bunkers and why are the elite running to these underground bunkers.
Rural Kansas, the site of an abandoned nuclear missile silo. Armed security patrol the entrance to a doomsday bunker that's reserved for the wealthy elite, and sales are booming.
Understandably, when you have millions of dollars to spend, information is a lot easier to come by. So what is it that these elite know that we don't? These bunkers are massive, and they're actually more like condos. They contain everything you need to live a comfortable life. Fresh air, running water, showers, bathrooms. I mean, these things have it all. Survival condo project owner Larry Hall says since the election of Donald Trump, we have seen a whole new demographic of people calling in for these bunkers. Hall himself has 12 of these luxury condos, complete with fireplaces, appliances, jacuzzis, and even televisions that broadcast a live feed from the world above you. The starting price tag on one of these babies is $2.3 million, and this is a 3-bedroom with 2 baths underground. So what do the elite know that we don't? Are they anticipating nuclear war or an impact from a massive asteroid? Most of these bunkers run on power sources like wind and diesel generators. Hall was quoted saying, "We have enough fuel to run these diesels for 2.5 years." These underground bunkers even have farms to farm for food and places for livestock with air ventilation and artificial light to keep this stuff running. They can grow their own food and live down there for as long as they need to. While we were on the topic of underground bunkers, during a midnight raid on Wednesday, police at Wiltshire, England, surprised to discover thousands of marijuana plants in an underground bunker. The bunker was formerly owned by the Ministry of Defense and was built in 1985 to protect government officials in the event of a nuclear war. Detective Inspector Paul Franklin said, "There are approximately 20 rooms in the building, split over 2 floors, each 200 foot long and 70 feet wide. Almost every single room had been converted for wholesale production of cannabis plants." If you think we left something out of this video, leave us a comment down below. And if you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. The United States has struggled with different diseases for its entire existence. A constant battle on a microscopic level for the health of mankind. From smallpox in the early European settlers and cholera in 1832 to polio in the early 20th century. The fight against viral diseases that can harm people has been a long struggle.
These 6 new cases in Minnesota all popped up in the last few weeks, and now we're learning that Colorado has seen 14 cases so far this year.
This morning, doctors in Minnesota are still stumped. They're trying to figure out what caused 6 kids in the state to recently come down with a rare condition known as acute flaccid myelitis, or AFM.
Vaccinations are constantly having to keep up with the changing viruses and the new ones that are constantly being discovered. A new threat that is very similar to polio emerged back in 2014 when the U.S. saw an outbreak of about 120 cases of what is called acute flaccid myelitis. This infection appears to attack the spinal cord and cause temporary and in some cases permanent paralysis. Mostly found in young children, this virus seems to pop up and spread every few years. With no known cause or origin, the first 120 cases in 2014 were reported by a small medical group in Texas, who described it as having these polio-like characteristics. AFM re-emerged in 2016. This time it struck 149 people. Then again, in 2018, the disease made a comeback, hitting its highest number at 186 cases, showing a pattern of every other year and that each resurgence is worse than the last one. Scientists have no idea what causes acute flaccid myelitis, and there is currently no treatment for this disease. If we follow the current trends, 2020 could be the worst outbreak yet for this new polio-like disease. Hey guys, thanks for watching, and if you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. Earlier this month, China's Chang'e 4 landed on the far side of the moon. The mission landed on the 3rd of this month, carrying with it several biological experiments.
Leroy Chow is a former NASA astronaut and the International Space Station commander. He joins us now from Houston, Texas. Leroy, we spoke about a month ago, just as this launched. I want to get your reaction and some of the impressions that you have so far with this landing.
Well, this is really a fantastic event because this is the very first time that China has achieved something in space that nobody else has, landing an actual rover on the far side of the moon. And not only that, but also establishing a communications relay satellite in the halo orbit around the moon to relay commands and communications between the spacecraft and back to the Earth to the control center.
One of these experiments was carrying seeds, and now some of those seeds have germinated on the moon. When the craft landed, it brought an airtight container carrying 6 organisms. These were cotton, rapeseed, potato, rock cress, yeast, and fruit flies. They were all kept in the container that maintains a temperature of 77 degrees Fahrenheit. These 6 organisms were chosen because they act as producers, consumers, and decomposers to create a self-sustaining environment for the experiment. The plants produce oxygen and food for the fruit flies, and the yeast decomposes the plants, creating even more food. Only a few photos have been shared of the experiment so far, but more are soon to be released. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. If you would like to join the team, don't forget to click the link in the video description. Predictive programming is the theory that mass mind control is being used to condition people through works of fiction to accept planned future events and scenarios.
Drop the gun. You are under arrest. Thank you for your cooperation. Good night.
Details of pre-planned societal changes are intentionally revealed to the masses through various forms of media. The use of this type of foreshadowing is a means of minimizing the resistance to the foreshadowed events. Repeatedly exposing the public to the same specific themes should wear them down into a state of passive acceptance. By the time the said changes take place, in reality, few will even think to question the developments or rebel against them.
The technique is ancient and is an old science. Plato, in his Republic, talks about the culture industry of his own day and how it was essential not only for maintaining control over the people by the elite, but that they had to control everything that was given to the public. In other words, anything the public saw in drama on stage was authorized. Not only was it authorized, in ancient Greece, traveling troops of players would come into the cities and do their rounds, and it was compulsory to attend. Everyone, even the slaves, had to attend at least one performance, because just like today, they had their agenda and their schedule and their upgrading of the system, and it was done primarily through fiction, because the old saying is monkey see, monkey do.
Ancient system. We're talking about even 500 to 1,000 years before the Roman Empire. The Celtic Druidic system was in operation in Northern Europe. One of their most important symbols has come down to us today, and that is the magic wand, like Merlin the magician with his magic wand, Mickey Mouse with his, and the conductor of an orchestra with his magic wand, Fantasia. Mm-hmm. The magic wands were always made out of the wood of a holly tree. It was always made out of Hollywood. Consequently, they're still working their magic in Hollywood.
Fiction is the vehicle used to deliver these predictions for an important reason. When people watch a film, for example, they see it as a benign form of entertainment and nothing more. Therefore, the viewer has let their guard down, and the message can bypass the normal critical thinking process and download directly into the subconscious mind. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. Don't forget to click the link in the video description if you'd like to be part of the team. Hey, like, share, and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, and we'll catch you guys in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. Incredible new developments are taking place in the surveillance industry. Essentially, your smartphone will now listen for gunshots and upload this information to a database that will then pinpoint where the gunshots were fired from. The technology involved is called ShotSpotter. This new surveillance state smartphone application sounds good on the surface, but could easily become a major invasion of your privacy.
It's now common knowledge that federal government computers are routinely used to compare lists of 18-year-olds who get driver's licenses with those who have registered for the draft. Computer surveillance seems appropriate for 1994 and unfortunately the wave of the future. This is in spite of the fact that Social Security's and Health and Human Services computers are already being used to keep tabs on our 18 and 19-year-olds. A recent story revealed an imaginary person received a threat from the Defense Department if he did not immediately register for the draft. Two brothers 7 years ago signed a fictitious name on an ice cream parlor's list in order to get a free sundae. This list unbelievably found its way into the government's files and is now being used for monitoring our teenagers. Millions of tax dollars are spent on this type of computer surveillance, a disgusting procedure for a professed free society. The irony is that it's done by an administration that brags about its limited government philosophy. And the little condemnation we hear comes from those who would involve government in every jot and tittle of our economic lives. Why is it that it's so difficult to defend freedom consistently across the board?
Law enforcement could theoretically use this listening technology that triangulates gunfire in urban, high-crime areas and then use the collected information to pinpoint the location of a shooting. This software is able to use smartphones to monitor for these gunshots along with other sensors like microphones that are hooked up to the internet in some of these populated areas that are considered to have high crime rates. An alert containing a location on a map and critical information about the incident is then transmitted directly to law enforcement or security personnel through any internet-connected computer or mobile device. This is a technology that is most likely embedded in many of our smartphones already, and only now is the public hearing about these covert software programs. ShotSpotter pinpoints the location of these gunshots by using highly specialized, cloud-based software integrated with a proprietary internet-enabled sensor and communication network. This is a technical way of saying that the smartphone app listens to shots on multiple devices, then uploads the information and pinpoints the location. This new software has the potential to stop crime, but it also has the potential to be a major invasion of our privacy. Imagine how this technology could be abused and used to frame someone for a crime they did not commit. The surveillance state grows, and an attack on our privacy and freedom is at an all-time high. These microphones start off by recording gunshots, but who knows what they'll be programmed to record next. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. Is the Earth going to be struck by a massive asteroid? Let's take a look. In late 2015, United States researchers indicated that impact craters were formed on Earth around every 26 million years. These impacts are estimated to be extinction-level events, like what could have taken out the dinosaurs. Some researchers have even speculated that the Sun could have a companion, a dwarf star. This supposed dim dwarf star was named Nemesis after the Greek goddess of revenge. It was thought that every 26 million years it drew close enough to cause asteroids to come and bombard the Earth. As of right now, there is no solid evidence for a dwarf star to our Sun named Nemesis. It should be noted that new objects are found in our sky all the time.
Two images show you, this is the arrow obviously pointing to it, but there are three dots on here. One is red, one is green, one is blue.
Right.
What's significant?
So this is the actual discovery image. Basically, two astronomers were looking one little patch of sky very, very far away, looking for exactly this kind of thing. Stars don't move. Planets or anything that's like a planet does. So this is color-coded. This is what they saw on different nights. They're looking for one thing moving. They color-coded it to show that all these stars are staying still. This thing is moving, and the way it's moving...
So this is just one...
It's one object, color-coded.
Is Pluto on this?
Pluto's in a whole different part of the sky.
So this is way out there.
This is way out there. This is more than twice as far away as Pluto.
Unbelievable. Why does this matter, Corey?
Well, there are two ways you can look at it. I think I look at it first of all as an exploration question. That we know where we are on Earth. We've mapped our planet. Our solar system is still terra incognita. It's full of surprises. This object is something that astronomers said shouldn't even be there.
We currently know of 190 impact craters on Earth, with diameters ranging from a few hundred feet to more than 60 miles. These can range from a few years old to billions of years old. Researchers at Lund University have concluded that massive asteroid impacts are entirely random and have nothing to do with the dwarf companion star to our Sun. It should be noted their research relies heavily on impact craters, and there's a lot of key factors they could be missing. Recently, a large asteroid 112 feet in diameter flew right by the Earth and was only discovered 2 days before its flyby of our planet. When will the next massive asteroid strike our planet, and will we be ready? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below, and if you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. If you would like to be part of the team, don't forget to click the link in the video description. Deep fake technology is advancing rapidly and will have huge implications for deceiving the public. A deep fake is a realistic computer-generated replication of a person saying or doing whatever the Puppet Master software user wants them to say or do. It's kind of like Photoshop for videos on steroids. For a few years, we have been seeing a wide range of deepfake videos surface on the web. For the most part, these are easily identified as fakes. But as the technology advances, it gets harder to spot the fakes. This will completely change what we consider to be valid evidence of truth. Currently, the public has access to deepfake software from a number of websites, and these applications do a fair job at creating the fakes. But what about the technology that is not in the public domain? You can be sure that whatever is available to us is nothing like what private corporations and government organizations have at their disposal. This technology could be used to persuade the public that a foreign leader has declared war on the United States. This is being used by fans of Nicolas Cage to put his face in movies that he's never been a part of, or to put famous actor faces in adult films. How can we be sure that a more advanced version of this technology is not being used on the public in the mainstream media? It is conceivable that deepfake technology could be used to create an elaborate deepfake to tip the scales of an election or spark violence between opposing political groups. It starts to blur the line between what's true or false, causing people not to believe anything they see, even if it's authentic and not a deepfake. One recent example struck the UFO community, and this one had a lot of people fooled. It was a video of Aliyah Prokofyeva addressing the UN on alien contact. This deepfake was made to look like leaked cell phone footage and was tied in to other details like recent vast radio burst and recently uploaded UFO footage to make it seem more authentic. It was not until internet detectives dug up the archived footage and pointed out the matching details in the video that people realized it was a fake. Until then, it was gaining traction on forums across the internet. Here is a deep fake of a fan-made web series called Star Trek Continues. The actors on the right are the series' original actors, and on the left is the actual Star Trek actors. Only a few imperfections in the video point out that the actors on the left are actually a deep fake. These deep fakes will eventually become indistinguishable from actual recordings, and when it does, the people won't know what is real or fake. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. Don't forget to click the link in the video description if you want to join the team. And hey, like, share, and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, and we'll catch you guys in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. Joshua Tree National Park in California has announced its closure after the trees were destroyed during the government shutdown. Maintenance and sanitation problems were also reported in the days after the government shutdown furloughed most of the park's staff. For 17 days, volunteers and what was left of the park staff kept the park clean. But on Tuesday, the 18th day after the shutdown, officials announced the park would be closing due to vandalism of the park's distinctive tree.
We're nearly 1 week into a partial government shutdown, and right now there's no end in sight. President Trump has blamed the situation on Democrats. Both chambers of Congress convened briefly on Thursday, but took no steps to end the shutdown. An impasse over border wall funding has caused many national parks and monuments to close throughout the country.
The closure of the park was met with mixed emotions. The park had more than 2.8 million visitors each year. All the current news reports are focused on the shutdown and Donald Trump. The only real information we have about the vandalism is that a decent number of the Joshua trees were destroyed and cut down by motorists to make new roads. Park officials also stated that the extent of the damage is still unknown since most of the park's rangers have been furloughed. Hopefully, we will not see any more of the park suffer from the government shutdown. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. The United States is almost entirely alone among developed nations that still add fluoride to its drinking water. This is largely done without the public having an informed consent. Globally, only 5% of the population consumes fluoridated water, and more people in the United States drink water containing fluoride than in all the other countries combined.
Most of us grew up with the idea that more fluoride meant better teeth, and health officials believe that putting fluoride in water is one of the top 10 public health accomplishments of the last century. But new studies now say that too much fluoride is damaging the teeth of more than 1 in 3 teens.
Within the United States, just under 30% of the local water supplies are fluoride-free. These are facilities that have held the practice at bay or have won the hard-fought battle to halt fluoridation. The fluoride chemicals added into drinking water are unprocessed toxic waste products, captured pollutant from phosphate fertilizer, and sometimes even chemical imports from China. The chemicals do not get processed or purified before being dumped into the drinking water in what has been described as a regulatory blind spot. Dozens of studies and reviews from journalists such as The Lancet have shown that fluoride is a neurotoxin and lowers IQ in children. Fluoride is also associated with a variety of other health risks in children and adults. During World War II, fluoride came into large-scale production and use as a part of the Manhattan Project. According to the declassified government documents summarized by Project Censored, Manhattan Project scientists discovered early on that fluoride was a leading health hazard to bomb program workers and surrounding communities. In order to prevent lawsuits, government scientists embarked on a campaign to calm the social panic about fluoride by promoting its usefulness in preventing tooth decay.
A Smile for Life, the father, presented by the American Dental Association.
As he examined her, he told us she was the right age to start topical fluoride treatments. Topical fluoride treatments, my wife asked. The doctor explained that scientists had shown that fluoride strengthens the enamel against tooth decay.
Fluoride safety was never demonstrated in anything approaching a comprehensive and scientific study, but also a large number of studies implicating fluoride's impact on both bone and the thyroid gland were ignored. With new studies and information about fluoride being released and countries around the world removing it from their water supply, how long will the United States continue to fluoridate its drinking water? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. If you would like to be part of the team, don't forget to click the link in the video description. While most of the country has been fighting over the Catholic Kentucky MAGA guy, lawmakers proposed legislation that would put software on every single device that accesses the internet. The bill would force citizens to pay the government to access what they consider to be obscene content, such as pornography. This is an estimated 13 to 30% of internet traffic. The newly proposed legislation is House Bill 2444 and was proposed by State Representative Gail Griffin.
Well, this lawmaker thinks that maybe it would be a good idea to force companies to block porn on their devices. And the only way that you can unblock it is if you pay the state of Arizona $20. Then you get the unblocked porn, and that $20 will go toward funding Trump's border wall.
This is exactly how it starts. Microchipped prisoners then move on to the working class. They start blocking obscene material on the internet, and then it moves on to blocking access to information from political opposition or any dissidents. The bill goes on in detail to explain what type of content it deems obscene, which ranges from the worst things imaginable to something as little as threatening financial harm to someone else. Government software with information censoring capabilities is straight out of the pages of 1984, and we have to ask ourselves, do the benefits outweigh the sacrifice? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. Don't forget to click the link in the video description if you want to be a part of the team. Hey, like, share, and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, and we'll catch you guys in the next video.
I've seen stones like the one you lost, but why would Maharaja take the sacred stone from here?
Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. In ancient times, human beings believed in the healing power of crystal. We can find evidence of this all throughout our cultural history. In modern times, the debate continues, but is our science starting to warm up to the claims of these healing powers?
Why'd it glow like that?
The legend says when the rocks are brought together, the diamonds inside them will glow.
Most people will give no credit to these claims that a crystal contains any type of healing powers. Overwhelmingly, these are the same people watching videos like this one with an LCD or a liquid crystal display on their screen, operating a smartphone or a computer that is powered by a chip made from silicon, an element derived from silicate minerals, which are entirely comprised of crystal. Crystal can come in many forms and from many different materials. Some of them are millions of years old.
Here's a crystal I like especially well, probably because I made it myself. It's a crystal of alum. As a matter of fact, you can make a crystal just like it. I put some directions in the film notes in case you want to do it yourself. You buy the alum you need at a drugstore and grow the crystal in a mason jar. If you do this, I'm sure you'll be very much impressed by one thing. The crystal keeps growing, maybe for a week, It keeps getting bigger, but all the time, it has plain faces, meeting in sharp edges. You can see I haven't ground the faces on this crystal or polished them at all. This is just the way the beast grows. It almost seems as if you were getting something out of nothing, something with a shape all its own, which it decides all by itself throughout its career.
Crystals are the most orderly structure that exists in nature, the most orderly form of matter in our universe. Crystals have very special properties that allow them to respond to all inputs of energy, light, vibration, electricity. All forms of energy will produce a response from crystals. These inputs cause the crystal to oscillate or to emit specific vibratory frequencies. One of the most common uses of crystal over the years has used the piezoelectric effect. This effect is when you squeeze a crystal, it will produce an electric charge. Or, if you apply an electric charge to the crystal, it will squeeze itself. This squeezing causes a vibration at a specific frequency. We use this understanding of crystal in radios and many other forms of communication, and even watches. Nikola Tesla said, "The key to understanding our universe lies in understanding vibration and frequency." So what is it that drives people to believe in the healing power of crystal? Science. The science tells us that crystals oscillate in their own frequency and respond to the input of vibration. Everything in our world is vibrating. Even the cells of the human body are vibrating at a specific frequency. So when our body comes into contact with a crystal, that interaction can have a number of different effects. Not always in the form of healing, or even in the form of a positive effect. Keep in mind that all crystals act the same way, not just quartz or silicon. So much of the food and the drinks we consume are made with crystals. Sugar is a crystal. Salt is a crystal. Most, if not all, of the active ingredients in drugs originally come in the form of a crystal. And not just the crystal-packed pills of the pharmacy. Street drugs contain them as well. THC crystals, methamphetamine crystals, and cocaine crystals. All forms of crystal. Even metal is a form of a crystalline structure. Metal is a crystal.
There they are. You can actually see them grow if I turn now to a higher magnification.
Throughout your day, you are almost constantly interacting with some form of crystal. Some crystals, like quartz, have been claimed to hold beneficial and healing properties. Bringing any kind of crystal into your field of energy or consuming them directly into your body is going to impact you in different ways, depending on the composition of that crystal. It would seem that in the world of crystal, there's more than meets the eye.
I'm not leaving here without the stones.
You could get killed chasing after your damn fortune and glory.
Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. Right now, your phone probably says 4G LTE in the top corner of your screen. Soon that will change to 5G. This is a new advancement in wireless communications, but 5G is different than anything we've had up until now. 2G, 3G, 4G, 4G LTE, and now 5G. What does it mean? Well, to put it simply, the G stands for generation, as in the next generation of wireless technologies. Each generation is supposedly faster, more reliable, and more secure, but it is also more invasive. The goal of the new 5G rollout is to create the Internet of Things, a goal to create a nightmarish control grid where everything you can imagine will be chipped and tracked, including you. This is going to be a massive blanket control of everything and the monitoring of everyone. The Internet of Things is a term coined by Kevin Ashton of Procter & Gamble in 1999. And 20 years later, this prediction will become a reality. 5G networks is referring to the high-frequency band between 30 GHz and 300 GHz, in what we call the millimeter wave spectrum. These waves will be incredibly faster, but will not travel as far. This is why you're going to see more antennas to accompany this new 5G wireless network. And when we say more antennas, we mean tons more. They will have to do this to achieve the same coverage as the 4G networks currently have. As of right now, the projected widespread release of this technology is the year 2020. There is a considerable concern among people that the 5G system will potentially become weaponized. This is a claim that should not be taken lightly, as the military currently uses similar frequency bands in its active denial system. This is a weapons system that uses the mix of microwave and millimeter waves to heat up a certain target. This weapon can be used in non-lethal and lethal capacities. It's not hard to imagine a situation where hackers or other nefarious parties gain control of the system and potentially use it in a harmful way. We can all agree on faster download speeds and a better connection. But at what cost are we willing to obtain these goals? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. Human enhancements have been around for arguably as long as humans. The ways that people have tried to enhance their bodies and mental capabilities has sometimes been successful, comical, and even sometimes tragic. This fascination with overcoming the limitation of the human body has been evolving and changing for thousands of years. Until recently, most of the attempts at enhancing the human body have not had a huge impact, But all of that is quickly coming to an end. The rapid advancement in human enhancement technology is starting to have an impact on human lives, from the military to the industrial applications. In 2011, Time magazine declared humanity would merge with machines by the year 2045 and become immortal. Their prediction may be coming true, and it could even be here sooner than they predicted. Some of the new human enhancement technologies that we have seen, even in the public arena, have been incredibly advanced compared to what we had only 10 years ago. Exoskeletons have been on the wish list for government military powers around the world. Lockheed Martin is one of the industry leaders when it comes to human exoskeleton enhancement systems. In the public, they show us industrial use exosystems that can be used to increase human efficiency while using heavy tools or carrying heavy loads. But behind closed doors, they work on black-budget military projects for super soldier exoskeleton systems. This technology is just another step in the merging of man with machine. There are new human enhancing systems everywhere. One is called optic and can enhance soldiers' vision or can be used to turn our world into an augmented reality. This is a contact lens version of Google Glass. Another advancement is a jetpack that's been developed by DARPA. It can even get the non-athletic person to travel 1 mile in 4 minutes. There is also a new Lucy type of technology that can stimulate the brain with small currents to enhance brain function, turning a novice at any particular trade into an expert for at least 24 hours. There is even a new military suit called Talos that is a tactical assault light operator suit that has advanced biometric body armor and the latest augmented reality computing. The current trend that our world is heading in is one in which man becomes machine. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. Right now, your phone probably says 4G LTE in the top corner of your screen. Soon that will change to 5G. This is a new advancement in wireless communications, but 5G is different than anything we've had up until now. 2G, 3G, 4G, 4G LTE, and now 5G. What does it mean? Well, to put it simply, the G stands for generation, as in the next generation of wireless technologies. Each generation is supposedly faster, more reliable, and more secure, but it is also more invasive. The goal of the new 5G rollout is to create the Internet of Things. A goal to create a nightmarish control grid where everything you can imagine will be chipped and tracked, including you. This is going to be a massive blanket control of everything and the monitoring of everyone. The Internet of Things is a term coined by Kevin Ashton of Procter & Gamble in 1999. And 20 years later, this prediction will become a reality. 5G networks is referring to the high-frequency band between 30 GHz and 300 GHz, in what we call the millimeter wave spectrum. These waves will be incredibly faster, but will not travel as far. This is why you're going to see more antennas to accompany this new 5G wireless network. And when we say more antennas, we mean tons more. They will have to do this to achieve the same coverage as the 4G networks currently have. As of right now, the projected widespread release of this technology is the year 2020. There is a considerable concern among people that the 5G system will potentially become weaponized. This is a claim that should not be taken lightly, as the military currently uses similar frequency bands in its active denial system. This is a weapons system that uses the mix of microwave and millimeter waves to heat up a certain target. This weapon can be used in non-lethal and lethal capacities. It's not hard to imagine a situation where hackers or other nefarious parties gain control of the system and potentially use it in a harmful way. We can all agree on faster download speeds and a better connection. But at what cost are we willing to obtain these goals? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. The United States is almost entirely alone among developed nations that still add fluoride to its drinking water. This is largely done without the public having an informed consent. Globally, only 5% of the population consumes fluoridated water, and more people in the United States drink water containing fluoride than in all the other countries combined.
Most of us grew up with the idea that more fluoride meant better teeth, and health officials believe that putting fluoride in water is one of the top 10 public health accomplishments of the last century. But new studies now say that too much fluoride is damaging the teeth of more than 1 in 3 teens.
Within the United States, just under 30% of the local water supplies are fluoride-free. These are facilities that have held the practice at bay or have won the hard-fought battle to halt fluoridation. The fluoride chemicals added into drinking water are unprocessed toxic waste products, captured pollutant from phosphate fertilizer, and sometimes even chemical imports from China. The chemicals do not get processed or purified before being dumped into the drinking water in what has been described as a regulatory blind spot. Dozens of studies and reviews from journalists such as The Lancet have shown that fluoride is a neurotoxin and lowers IQ in children. Fluoride is also associated with a variety of other health risks in children and adults. During World War II, fluoride came into large-scale production and use as a part of the Manhattan Project. According to the declassified government documents summarized by Project Censored, Manhattan Project scientists discovered early on that fluoride was a leading health hazard to bomb program workers and surrounding communities. In order to prevent lawsuits, government scientists embarked on a campaign to calm the social panic about fluoride by promoting its usefulness in preventing tooth decay.
A Smile for Life, the father, presented by the American Dental Association.
As he examined her, he told us she was the right age to start topical fluoride treatments. Topical fluoride treatments, my wife asked. The doctor explained that scientists had shown that fluoride strengthens the enamel against tooth decay.
Fluoride safety was never demonstrated in anything approaching a comprehensive and scientific study, but also a large number of studies implicating fluoride's impact on both bone and the thyroid gland were ignored. With new studies and information about fluoride being released and countries around the world removing it from their water supply, how long will the United States continue to fluoridate its drinking water? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. As the world grows, there's an increasing demand for food. The demand has to be addressed in a sustainable manner, and some are suggesting GMOs are the answer. Genetically engineered plants and animals have been proven to be capable of producing a wide range of valuable traits, such as higher yields, enhanced disease resistance, and improved salt and drought tolerance. There are several problems that we are now seeing can arise from genetically modified foods, and they are not purely beneficial, they can have negative impact as well. Incredibly, the United States regulators currently use a method called substantial equivalence. This means if the new genetically modified plant or animal looks basically like the old one that is currently unregulated, then it's fine. The problem is the GMOs can look like their harmless old counterpart, but still have vastly different effects when it's consumed.
In September 2012, the first long-term study on the effects of GMOs being consumed by live organisms was completed. The results were disturbing. GMOs turn food into poison. Consumption of such foods may cause a massive increase in cancer for all who eat them. When tested on rats, genetically modified foods cause them to develop horrifying tumors and other related diseases. 70% of the female population died prematurely, and virtually all of them suffered severe organ damage from consuming GMOs. From the beginning of the 1990s, the number of companies producing GMO products has grown exponentially. Today, 75% of the food at Canadian grocery stores contains genetically modified ingredients, mainly in the form of 4 crops: corn, soy, cotton, and canola. Among the products you buy, GMOs can be found in meats, alcohol, soft drinks, juices, dairy products, frozen food, pasta, canned goods, baby food, cereal, bread, cosmetics, and even shampoo. This is not even half of the list. It is the worst trial and error case in the history of the food industry. The mass poisoning of billions of people with a toxic food crop that was never properly tested.
At the Sainsbury Laboratory in England, a team of plant pathologists have produced a fungal-resistant tomato plant. The team has used a gene editing technique known as CRISPR, or Cas9. The lead researcher, Sophie Kaman, says the disease-resistant tomato will probably never be seen on the market. Kaman's group snipped out a piece of the gene called mildew-resistant locus O, or the MLO. The deletion of the gene makes the tomato resistant to powdery mildew, which is a serious agricultural problem that takes lots of chemicals to control. European regulations make the tomato plants essentially illegal. He and others can do the science, but probably will never get field trials, and they definitely won't get the plants onto the market. The United States has approved thousands of genetically modified organisms, but Europe has taken the stance as if it comes from genetically modified organism, it gets heavily regulated. The reason Europe hasn't accepted GMOs with arms wide open is because there's still a lot of concerns when it comes to these organisms. Genetically modified foods can be programmed to do several things to the consumer by producing certain chemicals during their growth. Some GMOs are being developed specifically to combat human disease. There's even a tomato engineered to decrease plaque buildup and has already been tested in lab mice. We've linked these stories in the description below. But what if genetically engineered products were being programmed to do you harm or even change the way you think? Europe understands the enormous implications of GMOs and how hard it can be to tell what a GMO has really been altered to do. Maybe it's been altered to produce addictive chemicals. Who knows what some of these GMOs are actually programmed to do? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. After days of unbelievable heavy rain in the central portion of the United States, we are seeing record floods. Texas, Arkansas, and Missouri have all seen extreme flooding. The amount of rainfall combined with rising water levels has crushed several local records. Most of Missouri and Arkansas are still underwater. So much rain has fallen that several major rivers have swelled well beyond their banks. In Texas, there was a dramatic rescue where a car was turned over. They even had to perform CPR, and here is the footage of this dramatic rescue.
I need a knife! A sharp knife! Come on! Here, get your ass in the water!
He can get in the water!
Call 911. All right, here. Hey, come on, give me the baby. Give me the baby. Give me the baby. I need fucking help. Come on, give me the baby here. Give me the baby. Give me the baby here. Give me the baby here. Here, come in here. Resuscitated.
After nearly 15 inches of rain over the past 7 days, the Black River breached a levee near Pocahontas, Arkansas. Thousands of gallons of water rushed through the gap, and then the Black River overwhelmed a city of 6,500. Emergency responders had to rescue people from their flooded homes and cars. More than 20 people have died in the Midwest since the flooding began over the weekend. In anticipation of the levee failure, parts of Pocahontas were placed under mandatory evacuation orders on Tuesday as the floodwaters began to spill over the levee. This historical crest on the levee over the town has never been seen before. And with the first overflow of the levee also came the levee's first break. This area will receive at least one more round of rain before the clouds begin to break. As we have mentioned in previous videos, several factors are pushing us in a direction of a superstorm era. An era in which enormous hurricanes, flooding rains, and even droughts for some areas is going to be massively on the rise. Think about your local environment and prepare yourself for what effects this extreme weather will have on you. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. A new fungus is infecting the United States, mostly in the New York and New Jersey area. This fungus was first identified in Japan back in 2009. Now the fungus has made its way to the United States and more than a dozen other countries. It's called Candida auris, and it can infect you through the ears or recent wounds and any access to the bloodstream. The fungus has medical experts on high alert due to its super bug-like characteristics. This super fungus is able to resist the 3 most common antifungal drugs currently in use with the medical field.
Antibiotics are one of the miracles of modern medicine. They have saved countless lives, but there's another side to them. The bacteria that live in our body, they've learned how to outwit many of our most powerful antibiotics. These drug-resistant bacteria are called superbugs. Every year, these superbugs infect more than 2 million people in the United States and kill at least 23,000. Here's how a bug becomes a superbug. When you take an antibiotic, there could be some bacteria that know how to resist that antibiotic. Well, those smart bacteria, they're the ones that survive your round of antibiotics and they flourish. And that's when you get a proliferation of superbugs. And the more that we as a community take antibiotics, the more chances the bacteria have to become resistant to them.
A study by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention revealed details on what researchers found in South America after an outbreak in 3 Colombia cities. What they found was disturbing. The fungus was not only on nearly every surface in the hospital rooms, but it was even found on the skin of patients and nurses, making it nearly impossible to not come in contact with this deadly infection. The most vulnerable people, like in most diseases, will be newborns and the elderly and anyone with a fragile immune system, though there has been an increase in cases of perfectly healthy people getting infected. State officials provided details concerning 44 new cases of this infection in New York. Nearly all of these infections were in New York City. 17 New York patients have already died. New Jersey reported 15 cases, Illinois with 4, and there has been reports of infections in Indiana, Maryland, and Massachusetts. The increase in infections from this fungus should be alarming to all of us, especially since there's no current way to effectively combat this infection. And your neighborhood could be the next stop for this deadly fungus. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. There has been a new discovery of a barrier surrounding Earth, a man-made bubble essentially encasing our planet and blocking high-energy space radiation from penetrating our atmosphere. This is caused by very low-frequency radio communications, or VLFs, interacting with the particles in space to create this low-frequency environment that surrounds the planet. Experiments have shown VLFs affect the properties of high-energy radiation that surrounds the Earth. Very low radio frequencies fall in the range of 3 kHz to 30 kHz. This band is known as the Maria meter frequency band. VLF is used to communicate with submarines near the surface. This was the radio frequency band used in the past for transcontinental radio communication during the wireless telegraphic era, and nations built networks of high-powered, low-frequency and very low-frequency radio stations which they used to communicate text information by Morse code. Now, spacecraft such as NASA's Van Allen probes can see this very low-frequency bubble that has been created by these transmissions high above the Earth's surface. What these probes have found is that the most outward expression of this VLF man-made bubble exactly resembles the most interior expression of the Van Allen radiation belt, which are just a collection of charged particles held into place by the Earth's magnetic field. And they can move and they correspond and they change depending on the energy that comes from the sun. NASA and even private corporations are very interested in the effects of what these VLFs are having in our upper atmosphere. There's already plans underway to test the VLF transmissions and to see if they could remove excess charged particles which can appear during periods of intense space weather, something like a solar flare. What other frequency bands could we be producing that could have an effect on our world? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. The convenience of modern-day living is taking its toll on our planet. New forecast models for pollution predict that by 2050, the ocean will contain more plastic in weight than fish. It's incredible to think that since the first synthetic polymer was produced from phenol and formaldehyde in 1907, that only 150 years since its invention, we will have polluted more plastic into our ocean than the amount of fish that is contained within it. One of the driving forces behind this pollution is the world's addiction to bottled drinks, like soda and water. Over 1 million plastic bottles are sold every minute around the world. Our efforts to recycle this plastic is failing to keep up. The pollution of plastic in our oceans is going to strangle the planet. The entire food chain will be affected, and most of it already has. Plastic pollution has gotten so out of hand that it now poses more of a risk to our Earth than climate change. And unlike climate change, there is no debate with plastic. The pollution is there, and the world continues to pollute our oceans even more every day. Try to think of areas in your life where you can consume less plastic. If we buy less plastic, there will be less of a demand and therefore less production. It takes most plastic around 450 years to biodegrade. It can even take some bottles up to 1,000 years. This is an incredibly long time for even the smallest of bottles. Keep in mind, when you are purchasing plastic, you are taking part in one of the most polluting forces in our world. Try to think of areas in your life where you can purchase more biodegradable materials, anything other than plastic. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video.
Tristan on the track. Tristan on the track.
Welcome back to InfoSqaud. Mount Etna just blew her top, so let's talk about volcano apocalypse. So this eruption occurred on February 27th, 2017, and the eruption is expected to continue for several days now. This is a projected map of the ash flow and ash debris that is flowing out of Mount Etna as we speak. Air quality will be the main concern moving forward with this eruption. Inhaling volcanic ash can cause a wide range of respiratory problems, so let's all hope that the people on the ground here are safe and not breathing in too much of this debris. There is a really good website by the name of Volcano Discovery that you can go check out for yourself to see the recent uptick in all of these volcano eruptions, and you will see that a lot of the major volcanoes around the world have seen a dramatic uptick in volcanic activity. When we're talking about volcanoes and the factors that go into eruptions, one of the major players is the sun. And to get yourself up to speed on what the sun can do to the earth and the effects that it can have on earthquakes and volcanoes and a wide range of other things, I suggest you head over to this YouTube channel called Suspicious Observers. And Suspicious Observers have been around for a while and they cover this stuff. Really good YouTube channel. I highly recommend you go over there and subscribe. So the recent uptick in volcanic eruptions and activity has a lot of the experts concerned with maybe we're heading into a very active state on the earth for these volcanic regions. One of the major concerns could be that these super volcanoes, known as Yellowstone for one, and there's others in the Ozarks, there's another, and in other locations there are these super volcanoes, and that if one of these were to go off, we are looking at an extinction event, potentially where the global population could be decreased drastically from one of these eruptions. And what happens is they put so much debris into the atmosphere that the sunlight can't reach the earth and sets off a chain reaction of dying throughout the food chain of several organisms and different species in the cycle of life, which could potentially lead to us humans facing a potential extinction event. So when you see these amazing geysers and steam pools of Yellowstone, what is going on is the magma is so close to the surface that it's able to heat the groundwater, and that's what creates these effects. The magma beneath Yellowstone is in a position to where it can't create a normal volcano. So where it would normally mound up and create a normal volcano, Yellowstone can't do this, nor can any super volcano. The Earth is constantly giving us signs as to what's going on. We just need to open our eyes and watch these signs to get a clue as to what is the bigger picture. Again, let's hope that everyone near these recently active volcanoes are staying safe. They're hopefully not breathing in too much of this debris. Don't forget to go by Suspicious Observers YouTube channel. Leave them a comment. Let them know that InfoSqaud sent you. And if you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. Over the last 2 weeks, Mexico has been struck by 2 massive earthquakes, toppling buildings, destroying highways, and killing hundreds of people. What is it that these 2 earthquakes have in common? The 2 epicenters of these quakes were only a few hundred miles apart. The first of these 2 quakes was an 8.1 in magnitude, and the second was only a 7.1. It appears that the 7.1 has caused more damage due to its location near populated areas like Mexico City. Both quakes occurred as a rupture of the fault lines within the North American tectonic plate. 2 major earthquakes occurring in the same country in a short time frame is not as uncommon as you might think. Typically, when fault lines rupture, they can cause even more ruptures as a chain effect in other parts of the same fault, or even nearby fault lines. These quakes took place in an area known as the Ring of Fire, and this is where about 80% of earthquakes strike. You can see this zone in red on the map. Some of the deadliest quakes ever recorded have occurred within the Ring of Fire, including a 9.5 magnitude that struck Chile in the 1960s. Aftershocks can occur within minutes, days, or even months after the main quake strikes. There is a strong relationship between earthquakes and volcanoes, both of which have seen major increase in activity over the past few decades. There are several theories that attempt to explain this increase in seismic activity, ranging from deep ocean drilling to Planet X or Nibiru getting closer. One of the more plausible theories is that the coronal holes on the Sun coupled with planet alignments can create changes in the electromagnetic fields of Earth. This can have an impact on the movement of Earth's mantle and its crust. If you are interested in this increase in activity, go back and check out some of our videos on volcanoes, because the one thing we know for sure is seismic activity is on the rise. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. We all have our favorite foods, but what strange and even dangerous chemicals are hiding in our next meal? The Food and Drug Administration has approved over 3,000 different preservatives, additives, along with artificial and even natural flavorings to be used in our food. Wood chips, beaver anus, and even beetle shells are all natural, so these fall into the natural category of ingredients that you may be consuming. The artificial dyes we use have been banned in several countries outside of the United States. These dyes are made from petroleum and have been linked to brain cancer, nerve cell damage, and hyperactive behavior in children. Olestra was banned in the UK and Canada. Olestra is an additive found in potato chips. It lowers the calorie count while causing a vitamin depletion. Brominated vegetable oil makes food dye stick to the liquid and remain in solution, but it's also been linked to birth defects and major organ damage. It can be found in nearly every soda sold in the United States. This stuff has been banned in over 100 countries. There are literally thousands of food and drug additives that are banned around the world, which remain legal in the United States. How is it that all of these chemicals remain legal? In the United States, we have what is called the Food and Drug Administration, or the FDA. This is an organization that has been tasked with keeping harmful chemicals out of any product made for human consumption. The problem is, they are completely corrupt, and essentially they allow companies to purchase approval for most of these harmful chemicals. In other cases, they don't even need to make them pay. If any company claims that an additive is generally recognized as safe, or GRAS as they call it, the FDA doesn't even bother to take a look. All the manufacturers have to do is say there is no proof that these chemicals are harmful, and the FDA will declare that the chemicals are a GRAS additive, and basically they look the other way.
It turns out that the FDA is underfunded right now, and the Republicans have actually voted to cut more funding to the FDA. So they have limited resources when it comes to testing our food before it actually goes out to the markets. So what they're doing to kind of cut costs and save money is they're hiring a third party to do the tests for them, right? And they do the tests in a cheaper way. The reason why it's cheaper is because they don't really do any tests. And a lot of times they have ties to the executives in these big food companies. So the food companies will basically draw out what the guidelines are, and they'll say, here are the guidelines, go ahead and test us. And they're buddies, they're friends, they know one another, and the food doesn't get tested. Thus, 3,037 people died last year because of the lack of regulation in our food industry.
This corruption has gone on in the United States unchecked for many years. How long will we do nothing? When will we take our health back from these profit-hungry corporations? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where truth equals freedom. For as long as man has pursued power over the masses, mind control has been orchestrated by those who study human behavior in order to bend large populations to the will of a small elite group. Modern mind control comes in many forms. It can take the form of technological and psychological techniques that are used to hypnotize the public into a sleep-like trance and persuade opinions. The origin of modern mind control is often traced back to Edward Bernays. He is the inventor of the consumer-based culture that was designed to target people's self-image and turn their wants into needs. Bernays even said in his 1928 book titled Propaganda that propaganda is the executive arm of the invisible government. His techniques were used to increase the sale of cigarettes to women and designate bacon as a staple of the American breakfast. As methods of advertising and propaganda grew more advanced, they became prevalent throughout every aspect of daily human life. The colors red and yellow were found to increase the appetite of consumers, and the fast food industry spent millions to prove it. Since the late 90s, the United States has seen an increase in the merge of mainstream media and government to create a whole new level of propaganda.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely
dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. Dangerous.
Extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Extremely
dangerous to our democracy.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Newspapers, television, social media, and cable news all work together to create what seems to be the truth because it appears to have multiple and separate sources. From diseases to foreign enemies, the propaganda is made to keep the public in a state of fear, allowing a small group of elite to offer solutions to these fears that quickly turn into attacks on freedom, endless wars, and an all-out assault on human health. Learning about these techniques is one of the most crucial things you can do to keep yourself from falling victim. Tests have shown that simply exposing the methods of mind control, these effects can be reduced or even eliminated. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you would like to join the team, don't forget to click the link in the video description. Like, share, and subscribe. It really helps out the channel. And hey, we'll catch you guys in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. A chemical spill from a U.S. steel plant in Portage forces the closing of several beaches in Lake Michigan. This has left officials in the area scrambling to determine the extent of the damage to the local environment. The chemical leaked as a hexavalent chromium. This chemical is used as a rust inhibitor for metals. Hexavalent chromium is a carcinogen and is known to cause cancer. This spill has forced the locals to not use tap water until the contamination returns to a safe level. It's unclear how far these chemicals have traveled through the currents of Lake Michigan. A pipe failure at the steel plant led to contaminated water being released into the wrong wastewater treatment facility. This spill was discovered at 9 a.m. on April 11, 2017. The spill has occurred less than 100 yards from the lake. Beaches were closed within 3 miles of the spill. The affected areas are being independently monitored and tested to determine when they will be safe for reopen. Another beach was closed on Thursday. The size of this spill, or if it has been fully contained, has not yet been determined by the EPA. The United States Environmental Protection Agency is the lead agency on this event currently. The National Park Service has kept staff at the location and is continuously monitoring the contamination levels. At www.mps.gov/INDU, alerts and updates will be released on this situation. Lake Michigan is a primary source of drinking water for LaPorte, Porter, and Lake counties. EPA Director Natalie Johnson criticized the recent cut to EPA funding, claiming that now is not the time to defund the EPA. Our health and safety may depend on it. This spill is enormous, and our media is nearly silent on the issue. This could be devastating for local wildlife and human populations. Keep in mind, this is a known carcinogen in this spill, known to cause cancer. Lake Michigan alone is the primary source of drinking water for over 6 million people. You're looking at years and even decades of contamination to the people and the wildlife who rely on this water from Lake Michigan. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. The US government and Hollywood have always been close. Washington, D.C. has long been a source of intriguing plots for filmmakers, and LA has been a generous provider of glamour for the political class.
We've never had a team lose so badly. You're all fired. All 4 are fired.
But just how dependent are these two centers of American influence? Scrutiny of previously hidden documents reveals that that answer is very, very dependent. We can now show that the relationship between U.S. national security and Hollywood is much deeper and more political than anyone has ever acknowledged. It's a matter of public record that the Pentagon has had an entertainment liaison office since 1948. The Central Intelligence Agency established a similar position in 1996. Although it was known that they sometimes request script changes in exchange for advice, permissions to use locations, and equipment such as aircraft carriers, each appeared to largely play a passive and political role. Files obtained mainly through the U.S. Freedom of Information Act show that between 1911 and 2017, more than 800 feature films received support from the U.S. government's Department of Defense. A significantly higher figure than previous estimates indicate. These included blockbuster franchises such as Transformers, Iron Man, and The Terminator. On television, there were over 1,100 titles that received Pentagon backing, 900 of them since 2005. From Flight 93 to Ice Road Truckers to Army Wives. When we include individual episodes for long-running shows like 24, Homeland, and NCIS, as well as the influence of other major organizations like the FBI, the White House, we can establish that unequivocally, for the first time, that the national security state has supported thousands of hours of entertainment. The CIA has assisted in 60 film and television shows since its formation in 1947. This is a much lower figure than the Department of Defense, but its role has been significant. The CIA put considerable effort into dissuading representations of its very existence throughout the 1940s and the 1950s. This meant that it was entirely absent from the cinematic and televisual culture until a fleeting image of a partially obscured plaque appeared in Alfred Hitchcock's North by Northwest in 1959. The CIA soon endured an erosion of public support, while Hollywood cast the agency as villain in paranoid pictures like 3 Days of Condor and The Parallax View. This occurred through the 1970s and the 1980s. When the CIA established an entertainment liaison office in 1996, it made up for lost time, most emphatically on the Al Pacino film The Recruit and the Osama bin Laden assassination movie Zero Dark 30. Leaked private memos from Tricia Jenkins in 2016 and other memos published in 2013 by the mainstream media indicate that each of these productions was heavily influenced by government officials. Both heightened or inflated real-world threats and dampened down government mistakes. One of the most surprising alterations, though, we found in an unpublished interview regarding the comedy Meet the Parents. The CIA admitted it had asked Robert De Niro's character not to possess an intimidating array of agency torture manuals. The national security state has a profound and sometimes petty impact on what Hollywood conveys politically. On Hulk, the Department of Defense requested pretty radical script alterations. This included disassociating the military from the gruesome laboratories that created a monster, and changing the code name from the operation to capture Hulk from Ranch Hand to Angry Man. Ranch Hand had actually been the name of a real chemical warfare program during the Vietnam War. In making the alien movie Contact, the Pentagon negotiated civilianization of almost all military parts. It even removed a scene in the original script where the military worries that an alien civilization will destroy the Earth with a doomsday machine. A view dismissed by Jodie Foster's character as a paranoia right out of the Cold War. The role of the national security state in shaping entertainment has been underestimated and its examination long concentrated in remarkably few hands. The new FOI documents give a much better sense of the sheer scale of state activities in the entertainment industry. But we still don't know the specific impact of the government on a substantial portion of films and shows. The government has been especially careful to avoid writing down any details of actual changes made to the scripts in the 21st century. State officials have described Washington, D.C. and Hollywood as being sprung from the same DNA, and that the capital is just Hollywood for the ugly people. That ugly DNA has embedded far and wide. It seems that the two cities, on opposite sides of the United States, are far closer than we ever thought.
The Matrix is a computer-generated dream world, built to keep us under control in order to change a human being into this.
Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. Technology has always been intimately linked to the human body. From sharpened flint to smartphones, we've been carrying our inventions around for millennia. But the relationship is about to get even closer. The next generation of electronic devices might not just be near our bodies, they could be powered by them. In order to keep us ticking, our bodies need to burn between 2,000 and 2,500 calories per day, which is conveniently enough to power a modestly used cell phone. So if just a fraction of that energy could be siphoned, our bodies could in theory be used to run any number of electronic devices. From medical implants to electronic contact lenses, all without a battery in sight. In the last few years, researchers have taken incredible strides toward unlocking this electric potential. The energy in our bodies exists in various forms. Most of them need some manipulation before they can be used to power an electronic device, but not all do. One example of this is the ears in mammals. They contain a tiny electric voltage called the endocochlear potential, or EP for short. Found inside the cochlea, a spiral-shaped cavity in the inner ear, the EP aids hearing by converting pressure waves into electrical impulses. This charge is vanishingly weak, about 1/10 of a volt, but still strong enough in theory to power hearing aids and other oral implants.
that it is separated from the vestibular duct over here by this relatively thin membrane, the vestibular membrane. When a pressure wave is created in the fluid of the vestibular duct, it readily goes right through this thin membrane into the fluid and affects the fluid of the cochlear duct. Now, this structure over here is the organ of Corti. This is the organ that is responsible for transducing a pressure wave that's created inside the cochlear duct into electrical impulses that we interpret as hearing.
Harvesting this EP has long been considered unthinkable due to the extreme sensitivity of the inner ear. But using a combination of surgical prowess and technological innovation, researchers in Massachusetts managed to do just that. The team developed an energy harvester chip about the size of a fingernail, which was designed to extract electrical energy directly from the EP. They tested the chip on a guinea pig, implanting it into the animal's inner ear, where it generated enough electricity to power a radio transmitter. The minute electric power produced by the chip, about a nanowatt or a billionth of a watt, is still about 1,000,000 times too low to power an electronic implant. But it's a nanowatt more than had ever been generated before. That makes this an important proof of concept. Other methods of generating electric energy from the body that are still in development include implants that break down your blood, sweat, and even tears to produce an electric charge. While this technology could potentially be helpful in medical implants, we have to recognize that in a monetized system, there could be unwanted results for the general population when you turn the human body into a battery. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. Since June 12th, the supervolcano at Yellowstone has been hit by a series of earthquakes. Over 30 have been recorded since the swarm began last week. Scientists from the University of Utah constantly monitor the volcano at Yellowstone. They released a statement saying the epicenter of the shock was located in Yellowstone National Park, about 8 miles northeast of West Yellowstone in Montana. This is the largest earthquake to hit Yellowstone since March 30th, 2012. This earthquake has been a part of an energetic sequence of earthquakes in the same area that began in June 12th. As of June 19th, 443 events have been recorded. Most of these events range from a magnitude of 0 to 1. This may seem small but can be alarming, since it shows signs of seismic activity, which could in turn be the warning signs of a pending eruption. We have been making videos already warning about the uptick in volcanic activity around the world, and that the signs are showing one of these supervolcanoes could potentially blow at any moment. What would happen if Yellowstone's volcano were to erupt? It's very possible that the sun would be blocked out for months, and the models show that North America would be covered in a blanket of ash, with some areas being 3 feet deep. This event is definitely worth keeping your eyes on. Yellowstone's supervolcano is packed with tremendous power. Let's just hope this ticking time bomb has a few more ticks left before it blows. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. It's being called the Long Extinction. Our planet is dying, and the death and destruction is happening at an accelerated rate. This is all based on very extensive reports just released by the World Wildlife Fund and the Zoological Society of London. The statistics show around 2% of wild animal populations around the globe are lost each year. In only 10 years, that would be a 20% loss of wildlife animals. In this very same report, it was projected that the total loss of wildlife from 1970 to 2020 would be 67%. That's why it's being called the long extinction. There has already been 152 mass death events in 48 different countries this year. When these events occur in other countries, we don't pay much attention. But these mass death events are occurring inside the United States more often than you might think.
Some residents in Chesterfield Township are wondering why hundreds of dead fish are washing up near their property. They've been turning up in a canal behind Lighthouse Point that flows into Anchor Bay in Lake St. Clair. One homeowner tells us some of the fish are still alive and appear to be struggling in the water.
The EndTimesProphecy.com keeps track of mass animal death and provides links to each report as the events occur. Everything from dolphins in the Atlantic to thousands of dying bats in Missouri. Each report comes with the corresponding link. The overwhelming mass die-offs on our planet is a sign of this long extinction event that the Earth is currently going through. Will humans be next to face the long extinction? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where truth equals freedom. Over the past 20 years, we have seen incredible advancements in artificial intelligence and machine learning. These advancements take place behind closed doors and receive financial support from the government as well as large corporations. Because of this separation, it's easy to overlook the rapid advancements in AI technology. But what effect does AI and machine learning have on our daily lives, and how will it be used to shape our future? According to Elon Musk or Ray Kurzweil and other top transhumanists, we will need to merge with these technologies in order to survive. Many people on the other side argue just the opposite and say that humanity's survival depends on protecting the freedom to remain human and conscious with the ability to question authority. Let's look at some examples of how the advancements in artificial intelligence is already starting to surface in today's society. One of the key aspects to having a large-scale AI system is to tag everything with some form of identification that the system can keep track of. This once would consist of barcodes and serial numbers, But with the new AI-controlled system, everything will need to be tracked via microchips that upload their information to the system automatically and in real time. To do this, there will be a wide-scale implementation of an RFID microchip system. This will allow for the real-time tracking of everything that has been tagged. This Internet of Things inches closer to us every day. A recent video of a homeless man getting a free haircut for cleaning the parking lot of a barber shop exposes the microchipping agenda in Austin, Texas.
They'll tell us about these chips that they put on your body, and you just pay for it. They move around.
Really?
They're all a little confused about it.
They're gonna put chips on you guys, and that's your guys's
on our body. Really? Yeah, it's this new place they want to start with the homicide.
They're practicing, they're trying this new thing on you guys?
Yeah.
This video is quite long, but it definitely backs up the reports of microchipping the homeless that we have been hearing about for the past few years. The links to the full video are in the description. Massive data collection is another key component to these AI systems. The data is used to train the AI in a number of ways, from learning market trends to new ways of manipulating public opinion. These systems will use this collected information to gather as much influence and control as possible, then using that power against the people. Have a look at the massive amount of data being collected from this man in China, and was then used against him to question his opposition to the Chinese authorities.
叫什么名？叫陆华。知不知道为什么他过来了？知道，我知道错了。怎么是错了？喝酒喝多下流了。你在哪干什么工作？在家送路，在家送俺爸。啊，送病号啊。那么怎么事？在群上微信上讲一些警察的事。什么时候？昨天。昨天什么时候？昨晚9点多钟。微信上讲的啊？微信是有群吗？就我在院外就是骑摩托车，不知道谁发了图片，都跟意思我就讲一句。群上总共多少人？70多人。那怎么讲的？你网名是什么东西？路华就那个追风路华。追风路华呗。所以大伙儿怎么的在网上讨论那个警察那个交警啊？讨论交警扣摩托车是吧？你觉得扣摩托车不对吗？对。当时怎么回事？当时为什么讲骂警察话？就是喝酒喝多了。喝多久昨天？喝一斤。骂警察什么意思？恨警察吗？不恨。那为什么骂？喝多就是嘚瑟不走了。本意是什么意思？什么本意都没有。没有什么意思呗？没有。就是在群里就是开玩笑呗。对，就是开玩笑，就是我就说开玩笑一般。我这交警也不容易。我知道错了。讲的话是不是真心的？真心。骂的话是真心的吗？不是。骂的话不是真心的。不是真心的，就是喝酒喝多了。那么现在你想对警察讲点什么吗？警察说对不起，我错了，知道错了。警察说对不起，警察说我错了，知道错了，原谅我一次，我再也不说。
This was not the work of some person sitting behind a computer screen and monitoring your every move. This information was collected on a massive scale, then fed through an artificially intelligent system that then categorizes the data into financial, opinion, and social categories, allowing the authorities to retrieve exactly what you said at any given time. Using this system, China punishes those who would criticize the government or disobey authority. If you were lucky enough to see this video amongst the massive amount of independent media censorship, then you should know that we haven't quite reached this point in the United States. But how long until this system of tyranny corrupts our country? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. Don't forget to click the link in the video description if you'd like to join the team. Like, share, and subscribe on your way out. And hey, we'll catch you guys in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. Right now, wildfires are burning in the western United States. These fires have not been contained, and after forcing thousands out of their homes, the fires are now threatening some of our most treasured national parks. Just last week, a massive wildfire blazed through Montana, destroying some of the iconic buildings in its path. Now, fires are sweeping through California's Yosemite National Park. The fire is burning an area of the park known as Nelder Grove, which is home to some 2,700-year-old giant sequoia trees. In Northern California, fires have destroyed 72 homes and forced the evacuation of around 2,000 people. In Los Angeles, a fire destroyed 4 homes and threatened many more. We hope that the people near these fires reach safety, and if you are in an evacuation area, then always evacuate, because these fires can be very unpredictable. As the climate on our planet continues to change, we can expect to see an increase in intensity of our natural disasters, especially in our wildfires and our storms, and this is precisely what we're seeing now. The storms grow stronger, the fires burn hotter, all while humans remain the same. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. The use of RFID chips has been the theme of science fiction films for a long time. How close are we to seeing this reality? Radio frequency identification is the use of electromagnetic fields to identify and track tags attached to objects. RFID chipping is mainly used for tracking in many industries. Some examples can include cars on an assembly line or clothes in a store. In 2014, the RFID chip market was globally worth about $8.8 billion. The market is expected to hit $18.68 billion by 2026. The microchip agenda continues to move very rapidly. And the effort to move us away from a cashless society goes hand in hand with this agenda.
Stockholm and a nondescript building has been converted into a high-tech office space. But look under the skin to find something really futuristic.
People who work here can be chipped to gain entry to the building and various services. I've just been chipped myself. It's not a painless process, but it doesn't last too long, not too difficult. Minor surgical procedure, which basically involves a little chip the size of, I suppose, of a grain of rice being inserted under your skin, and you can then go off and have it programmed and then do various things inside the building. Here's Hannah Schobler, who is in charge of this whole chipping operation in this building. Now, you've been chipped yourself. Where's your chip?
Yeah, I have a chip right here, which I use to access the entire office.
So let's see if we can get into this particular.
This is how I do it.
Okay.
No need for passcodes.
And we're in. So, what else can you use this for?
Oh, I open the front door. I open various office rooms. I unlock my smartphone, my computer, I unlock my bike, all kinds of things that are now part of the greater connected Internet of Things. If we help show people that this is really not that complicated, it's making our lives easier, I think people will actually welcome this. We want to be able to understand this technology before big corporates and big governments come to us and say, hey, everyone should get chipped, the tax authority chip, or the Google chip, or Facebook chip.
When it comes to RFID chip production, here are just a few of the big names: Honeywell, Motorola, Alien Technology, and Applied Wireless Identifications Group. With the increase in the use of RFID chips, InfoSqaud has put together a few tips you can use if you ever need to evade the tracking features of an RFID chip. When the item containing the chip is not in use, such as a credit card, you can wrap the item in a piece of foil. This will block any radio signal from the chip. If you know the exact location of a chip, you could choose to smash it with a blunt object. In some cases, you may be able to shock the chip safely with a decent static charge or the use of electricity if it is possible. In some cases, it can be an option to completely remove the chip, although this has a chance of completely disabling whatever item contains the chip. By placing microchips in your debit card and credit cards, you are being conditioned over time to see the microchip as something normal. When your personal information and your banking information are all placed on an RFID chip, you will be completely at the mercy of whoever controls these chips. When something you do does not fit the mainstream narrative, they could simply shut off your chip. This will leave you cast out from society. This is just one more step in the global agenda to exert more control over your freedom. We must wake up and resist the microchip agenda in every facet of our daily lives. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below, and if you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. A group of hackers by the name of the Dark Overlord has recently announced that they would leak a series of documents that contains evidence that 9/11 was an inside job. They made the announcement on Pastebin, a site often used for sharing stolen data. The group is most known for their Netflix hacks, where they leaked stolen shows from Netflix asking for a $50,000 ransom fee.
Has become the latest victim of a hack attack. After the company refused to pay a ransom, a hacker uploaded 10 episodes of the popular series Orange is the New Black online weeks ahead of the original release date in June. Here's RT's Ashley Banks with how this unfolded.
What we know about the hacker at the moment is that his name is the Dark Overlord.
This time, the Dark Overlords are again asking for a ransom fee of Bitcoin for the shared stolen data. They claim to have emails, retainer agreements, non-disclosure agreements, settlements, litigation strategies, liability analysis, along with government communications and many other documents exposing the truth of 9/11. On Pastebin, TDO said they had acquired over 18,000 documents related to the litigation around the 9/11 events. The FBI is reported to be investigating the theft of these 9/11 related documents and has released no statement at this time. So far, the group's Bitcoin wallet has received 8 payments, and Twitter has banned their account where they have been recently selling access to these stolen documents. Hey guys, thanks for watching. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. The number of monarch butterflies in California has plummeted by 86% compared to 1 year ago. An organization by the name of the Xerces Society organizes a population count each year on the species. The monarchs have already been in steep decline, dropping by an estimated 97% since the 1980s. Each year, monarchs in the western United States migrate to California's coastline for the winter. Conservation biologists at the Xerces Society are saying that this is the worst year they have ever seen, declaring that the species is in severe crisis. Overall counts have dropped from 148,000 to 20,400 since 2018, expressing the population has suffered a massive loss. So far, what's causing this dramatic drop-off in the population has been a mystery. But experts are saying that the increase in wildfires has attributed to some of the population's decline. The fires may not have caused the decline entirely, but have placed added stress on an already really small population. Emma Pelton, who works at the Xerces Society, was asked if the monarchs would ever bounce back. She responded that we have already seen the population really collapse in 1 year, so we can't be sure. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. If you would like to be part of the team, don't forget to click the link in the video description. Trump associate Roger Stone was arrested on 7 counts, including lying to Congress during the special counsel of Robert Mueller's probe. Roger Stone is a longtime political advisor to President Trump. and was arrested in Florida.
We have some major breaking news in the Mueller investigation. Let's get right to it. Sarah Murray now joining us by phone. Sarah, tell us exactly what just happened.
We are learning that Roger Stone, who is President Trump's longtime political advisor, was arrested at his home in Fort Lauderdale this morning.
Stone faces 7 counts, including witness tampering, obstruction of justice, and making false statements to Congress. The indictment alleges that Roger Stone had been in contact with top-ranking Trump campaign officials about efforts to leak damaging information about Hillary Clinton just before the 2016 election. During the summer of 2016, Stone spoke to senior Trump campaign officials about Organization 1 and information it might have had that would be damaging to the Clinton campaign. Stone was contacted by senior Trump campaign officials to inquire about future releases by Organization 1. The indictment does not identify Organization 1 or its head, but it clearly refers to WikiLeaks' Julian Assange because it says the head of the organization was at the Ecuadorian embassy in London. Assange has been living there since 2012. The group leaked thousands of Clinton campaign emails during the final month of the 2016 campaign. Roger is also a big part of InfoWars and the Alex Jones radio show, who has just been deplatformed off nearly every social media site on the internet. A lot of people are coming out and claiming that CNN must have been tipped off. How else would their cameras have been there for the arrest at such an early time in the morning? Links to the indictment are in the video description for those who would like to read the full report. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you'd like to join the team, don't forget to click the link in the video description. Hey, like, share, and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, and we'll catch you guys in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud. The Vatican's secret archives is said to have secret knowledge. From alien bodies to ancient relics, what is really contained in the Vatican's secret archives? It is said that the only human on Earth with access to the secret archives is the Pope. Even for people who rarely gain access, there are entire sections that are strictly forbidden. When these rare researchers gain access, they are allowed to view 3 items per day. A written request for the items they wish to view must be submitted. This is astounding considering no one really knows exactly what is inside. While inside the library, researchers are always accompanied by 2 priests and 2 guards. As soon as they are granted access, their visit is timed. What has been rumored to be in these very secretive archives? One of the things reported to have been seen in the archives is the proof that Earth was visited by aliens. This evidence of alien life is believed to be the remains of an alien body. Another claimed possession of the archives is the knowledge of the Egyptian pyramids. This would explain why Hitler and Napoleon both traveled to Egypt after their armies gained control of the Vatican. Documentation of the bloodline of Jesus Christ is rumored to be in the Vatican secret archives. it is believed that the archives contain a correspondence between St. Paul and Emperor Nero. Contained within the correspondence between these two is the documentation of the bloodline of Jesus Christ, which possibly contradicts the Holy Scriptures. One of the most surprising items to be reported in the Vatican secret archives is a time machine. This time machine is called the Chronovisor. It's rumored to be similar to a television, said to be built by Father Pellegrino in Redi. The device achieves time travel by receiving, decoding, and reproducing electromagnetic radiation left behind from past events. What other incredible secrets could be contained within the Vatican's secret archives? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. If you like what we're doing here at InfoSqaud, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we'll catch you in the next video. Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. If you would like to be part of the team, don't forget to click the link in the video description. It's one of the biggest questions humans have ever asked. Are we alone? Is there alien life somewhere out there in the universe? Based on the Kepler space mission data, astronomers estimated that there could be as many as 40 billion Earth-sized planets orbiting in the habitable zones of sun-like stars and red dwarfs in the Milky Way. That's 40 billion chances for life to have the environment it needs to survive. Is it possible that life has evolved into complex organisms and civilization on one of these distant planets? If there are other civilizations in the universe, then why, after 60 years of listening and looking, haven't we found any evidence of their existence? Some say it may be because no one is there. Others claim we just may not be close enough in the vastness of space to hear other civilizations. There are an inconceivable number of stars in the universe, with who knows how many planets revolving around them. With so many worlds where life may evolve, and with over 13 billion years to do the evolving, it seems reasonable that there may be many other civilizations out there that are far more advanced than ours. The trouble is, there isn't a single piece of solid evidence. In the 1950s, the Italian physicist Enrico Fermi asked the question, where is everybody? Fermi used some extremely conservative assumptions about hypothetical extraterrestrials and calculated that even the most outright lazy civilization would have long ago not only contacted but reached and colonized every inhabitable planet in the galaxy. For over 6 decades, the Fermi paradox has puzzled scientists, with the SETI researchers referring to it as the Great Silence. Why the silence? Over the years, many reasons have been given. ranging from the idea that no one is interested in contacting us, to paranoid conspiracy theories that earthbound or cosmic authorities are engaged in a massive cover-up. Have we already made contact? Is there an advanced civilization that we have yet to find? Or are we alone? Hey guys, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment down below. Don't forget to click the link in the video description if you would like to be part of the team. And hey, like, share, and subscribe. It really helps out the channel. And we'll catch you guys in the next video.
You don't know what that is.
I have no idea.
You don't know. Jimmy Fallon doesn't know. David Letterman doesn't know. People are hip to this kind of stuff. I'm here tonight to blow the lid off. Show hosts, people on television, people in sitcoms have been hired by the government to throw you off the track, to distract you, to make you laugh and stuff like that, make you happy and docile so you don't know what's really going on.
Welcome back to InfoSqaud, where information equals freedom. If you would like to be part of the team, click the link in the video description. Celebrities are always doing crazy things, but sometimes it seems to be a lot more than an act. There has been claims that the CIA and Project MKUltra could be influencing these celebrities through various forms of mind control. Is there any evidence to support these claims? Actors and musicians have been speaking out about these types of programs for years. In particular, Roseanne Barr directly mentions MKUltra in an interview with Russian news outlet RT.
Hollywood is the one that keeps all this power structure and all this culture of racism and sexism and classism and genderism and all of it in place. They continually feed it, and they make a lot of money doing it. And they do it at the behest of their masters who run every big culture of mind control, too. MKUltra mind control rules in Hollywood. If you don't know, Google that and look into it.
Supporting her statement is the mental state of a compelling number of famous celebrities. Musicians, actors, athletes,
yeah, I was kind of, I was a little down. I found out I was injured and I had to have surgery again, or with another knee.
Politicians,
Person who is under a hypnotic trance.
It is claimed that mind control is being used on a wide range of important and famous people in our society. At first, a few examples just seem like nutty actors, but the more you search, the more you find, and the evidence starts to look a little bit eerie.
you have one picture, Gaga, please?
Stop pushing, boys.
Gaga, for AJ, can I have one picture, please?
Wow. Boys, just back up and get squashed. Get a bit closer. I feel like an ant. It's on his foot. Stay there. Get back, dude. People, give her space. Fans, she's not going to do anything for you. She's not enough pictures, everyone.
Bye, Gaga.
Well, it's a bit late for that.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Ah, weird. Hello. Oh my goodness. Hello. Ew. Strong Brittany. Yeah, it was a weird time. Ew. I'm embarrassed. Can we stop?
You need to remind yourself that you need to focus and